All right, we're back. All right, everyone, welcome back. We've had a few issues start today, but we are here with round 4, the start of the draft rounds, and we have Toby Firth, who is on Gravy, versus Henry de Montmanche on Marlin.
Very interesting game plan here for both of them, being draft, being limited on resources, but that's where Treasure Island does come in and help these two pirates sort of exceed their game plan a little bit better.
All right, so it looks like both players have a full set of equipment here.
Excellent.
And the interesting choice we get to see is what weapon the Marlin player is, of course, going with. What do you prefer here, Matt? You like the harpoon, or...?
Every time I've drafted Marlin, I have gone with the harpoon. I do find it having that extra +4 and overpower. Oh, not overpower, but if you draft the cards with overpower, it makes those turns so vital. But it is depending on how many blues they found as well. If they don't have a high blue count, they're probably going to be looking for the bow. The bow does good work, but I think the harpoon just adds that extra bit of threat to the game.
Yeah, sure.
And Gravy as well, one of those decks that doesn't have a weapon, so it can vary depending on how many allies or what cards they have found, but still proven to be very strong. The ability to look at the top card of your library, whatever you want, and also drawing cards is pretty good and fab.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think the preference is for the players here? We're seeing the role now. I think the Gravy naturally wants to start, and Marlin probably wants to go second.
I absolutely agree as well. I think Marlin is better off on the second wave to hopefully potentially either remove some allies or get some tempo back from him.
Yeah, sure.
But here we are just setting up. Everyone's just shuffling the decks for the last few times. And soon we'll get the reveal of the armor. But I have found in this draft format that every hero is very viable. Very, very good as well. And obviously it is depending on what you draft, but most of the time you can make a viable deck from this set, and which has proven to be a fantastic limited set as well. Everyone I've spoken to has only enjoyed it.
Yeah, certainly. And here we see that Henry has gone with the harpoon. So he's looking to send that damage. Yeah, I was talking to a few of the players after their drafts, and I saw a lot of players very excited about what they drafted. They felt they had a very powerful deck. So let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, which is good. It's good to see that everyone feels confident with their draft picks. I mean, it just shows a healthy draft format.
Do you happen to know whereabouts Henry's from? I know Toby is a Melbourne local, but I'm not sure about Henry.
I haven't met Henry myself. I have played against Toby once or twice, but Henry no. But he, from my understanding, he's a fantastic player. He's up in the top brackets here, so he's doing well for himself. I think that's a Jittery Bones played.
Yeah, Jittery Bones leading out there.
And also the inclusion of Treasure Island, like I said, does help these heroes fuel their decks. On an attack, you make a treasure, and then on hit, you take that many treasures.
Oh no, that's Angry Bones yellow, so he's just going in for maximum damage by the looks of it.
Oh, trying to force out a few hit cards already.
Yeah, and he did get that ally into the grave already.
Excellent. Also, see that the Marlin had a golden tipple, one of the better cards from the set. It allows you to set up an arrow, make a gold, while attacking all in the same turn for both players.
Yeah, absolutely. A very powerful card, showing its effect in both constructed and draft.
Absolutely.
Just a lot of value for such a small card. Okay, and the first real turn of the game over here with Henry. And what's he got for us?
He's just double checking he wants to play that card.
I can see a couple of arrows in hand, but he's keen to pitch those. And what have we got here? That's a ship. Which ship is that?
I think that's that one.
Oh yes, Expedition.
Yeah. So it allows you to get that, build up Treasure Island quicker, because on attack and itself on attack puts a golden Treasure Island, threatening to take quite a bit of gold here now. And Gravy looks to have one ally in hand and a Nimblism. Looking to block 5 here.
Alright, it's fully blocked.
Blocks it
Marlin
out.
goes through the arsenal.
Scary place to be up against a Marlin with an Arsenal in this draft format. Allows her to do more and allows her to be able to block 2 and activate that cannon with an arrow and Arsenal. Looks like this ship is coming back at Marlin this turn with Expedition.
And that Treasure Island kind of just ramping up here. It's at a certain point, somebody's going to get let through for a lot.
Oh yeah. And this is what I think about this draft format, allowing you to have an explosive turn in no matter what hero you're playing because of Treasure Island does make the game feel a lot quicker and a lot more interactive.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just have a look at the equipment here for a second. Toby's got what looks like a perfect set of equipment for the Gravy Bones.
He's got the Necromancer gear for it, allowing him to, I think it is discard and block effectively, allowing him to get basically allies in the graveyard easier for himself.
Yeah, and that headpiece with Battle Worn offering just one extra point of value, allowing him to do 2 things. So sometimes that can be the difference in the game.
Absolutely. Having it stick around and also having an effect makes a difference.
Alright, we see the first pain in the game. 2 points of damage coming through. And Toby getting 2 of those gold tokens. Absolutely crucial for the Gravy player. Allows him to do so much with his deck now.
He's going to be able to see a lot more cards now with 2 gold plus Compass. I think this is another Treasure Island card coming at the Gravy player.
Yeah, coming in with an Expedition.
7 and on attack make a gold and on attack make a gold for the Treasure Islands. Very threatening here. Looking to figure out what to pay, how to pay for the Expedition.
Oh, I think we've misread that card. I think it is actually the Mutiny.
Ah, Mutiny.
Even better here, really. Getting that gold transfer.
So he's stealing the gold from the Gravy to take away resources from him, plus giving +2 to your next attack is quite effective as well.
Yeah, and looks like he's immediately cycled the gold. Alright, what have we got there? Is that... That's a big attack. 9 attack here.
Gold Hunter catch coming in for 9.
Yeah, excellent management there by Henry, letting that gold through for 2 And he's going to swing back for 9 with only 2 pitch. That's pretty nice.
Absolutely, and the Gravy player going into the think tank on how to block this effectively and hopefully not let Marlon gain a whole bunch of gold here.
So Henry has had to let go on his chess piece to get the extra $1, but it's 9 damage. It's half the life points.
It will swing this game into a very favourable position for Marlon if this connects, especially with the amount of gold that is on the table, and allowing her to set up potentially for another turn.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's these back-to-back turns that really makes the format different from some of the others, when you could just get the gold and then get those continual effects and just snowball from there. And I think Marlon's one of the best decks for doing that. It can really quickly take advantage of a big turn like this.
Oh, absolutely. And we see here 4 cards plus headpiece, looking to block 9 here. Blocking with, I think it is a... blocking with 2/2 blocks, 1/3 block and the helmet.
Yep, so he's fully blocked that, and he's gotten a life gain off one of the cards. I didn't see what it was, whether it was the Fiddler's or the Siren's Call, but yeah.
Both very good cards in this format, allowing you to extend the game and block out with one card, and he's used it quite effectively where the Marlon hasn't connected and he's in the life lead by 3 now.
Alright, another attack coming here from Toby.
Looks to be a Cutty Shark.
So both players here have to be very conservative with their cards. This format comes a lot down to card economy. Absolutely. And we've seen, 3 cards thrown away for 1 attack. You can't continue at that rate. That is only 10 turns. So between attacking and defending, these players have to be very careful of how many cards they let go of.
Absolutely. Now, and also Gravy has just played his first ally, which makes it very difficult for Marilyn to sort of target how to attack. Is it worth to attack the Gravy exclusively now, or should I clear the board to hopefully gain more tempo?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I like personally is if you can get the salvage shots in the draft, then they're very effective at clearing out those allies, because they automatically go back in the deck, and your card economy is not changed at all. So you can actually take a turn off and deal with those allies, but if they're pushing damage through, then you can't continue that game either.
Absolutely. And like we said, every hero in this format is providing a lot of good card economy, but those arrows can just, against a Gravy, like you said, clear a board and you're still not losing anything. Even if you go to the fatigue, you're still going to have those cards there.
So not a bad turn there from Toby. He got 2 of the equipment off Henry, but he did that just with 1 card. Okay, that looks like life for a life now coming back.
Into a swoop. Into a sloop, sorry, not a swoop.
Yeah, Sloop, one of those crazy cards if you can get those continual chains off.
Absolutely. Again, even in constructed as well, this card is providing a lot of value for a lot of pirate players. The 6 go again, very good. I think it is just coming in for 6 this turn. But again, the Marilyn is just threatening damage on damage on damage, trying to take all this gold very easily from this Gravy player.
Yeah, there's so much at risk here, and Toby's going to have to commit a couple of cards, it looks like.
Absolutely. It does look like in Toby's hand he does have, I think, a sloop of his own and an expedition as well that he's holding on to.
Yeah, just a relentless pace so far from the players with only 1 attack leaking. It really is going to come down to the last turns to see. This is probably going to go down to the very last card in each player's deck, I imagine.
Absolutely. with how everything is going at the moment, I think you're absolutely spot on there. With the fatigue plan, every block has been blocked out and every attack is just not hitting. There's no advantage for any player at the moment.
So it looks like Toby took advantage of the discount effect there, making the block bigger, putting an equipment down, fully blocking that sloop out. And now he's coming back with, that is the expedition, is it not? Yeah, that's 7 attack there. That's these numbers, they just keep staying up there.
Henry's going into the think tank, seeing what he can do at the moment. His hand looks like he's got 2 sloops in there, so and they only block for 2, unfortunately, so he's making it look pretty rough.
And he's taking it all. I think that's six gold counters, isn't it?
At 6, I think that's going straight to Gravy, and we all know how much Gravy loves his gold, as any pirate would.
Absolutely. So Gravy just stocking up there, enough gold for the winter. And I imagine Henry's got some tricks planned again. We might see some more mutinies.
Absolutely. And potentially a huge swing back from Henry himself as well. Like I said, he has 2 sloops in his hand, so if he has 2 blues to be able to pitch for go again, they'll be coming in and swinging very large.
Now, I don't know if we should add this narrative to this game, but Toby is, of course, an Englishman, and Henry may be a Frenchman by the looks of his name, Henry de Montmanche. So this could be a classic naval battle of the English versus the French here.
Absolutely, and look, it could be lore accurate as they say now. If we do, we might have to get some post-game interviews afterwards. I think that's a mutiny as well.
Yeah, that's mutiny. Let me see which one. I think that's the go again mutiny there.
I'm pitching the new block as well.
Yep, so that's go again mutiny.
Pitching into the gold. Finds a blue off the top. Henry has been really using his mutinies to their full extent, stealing the gold every turn and able to continue off this gold and using their pitching effects with the gold very effectively.
Yeah, such an effective card in this format. It just does so much. Very hard to get around. I find the only time you can escape it really is with the Gravy player. If they're doing a mutiny when you've got 1 and you can just instant eat the gold and cancel out the mutiny. But when you've got 6 gold on the field, the mutiny goes through no matter what.
Absolutely.
You're too rich.
It's even the fields out, taking the rich, giving to the poor from the rich.
Okay, and this attack coming through with go again, of course. It looks like a crash down the gates. For 7. Must be something else.
Potentially, is it crash down the gates rainbow or is it only just red?
Yes, it is a yellow crash.
Yeah.
So it's gotten that bonus, and it is coming in for the 7.
Beautiful. So 7 go again, and it destroys an item on hit. Destroys the top card of their deck. Again, going into that fatigue potential. And I mean, Gravy is one of those decks that you sort of got to be careful of destroying the top cards. You might hit an ally just to fuel them for their next turns, but still in this sort of limited format, losing a card off the top of your deck can make it difficult for those later games.
Yeah, a card is just so important here, especially when you've seen so much of this game be about attack for 7, attack for 8, block for 3 cards. So
it looks like he's blocked that out with the boots and blood on the water with the discard as well. and then pitching another sloop into a sloop.
Yeah, wow. Blood on the Water, a great card for the block here, but I am pretty concerned for Toby with how many cards he's throwing out here. This is... he's going to have to let some damage through here because
Absolutely.
he's not going to have enough time to get these cards out.
But Blood on the Water, one of the better D-Reacts we have gotten in recent times, especially for the new pirate hero, Pirate Necromancer. It offers so much value for them to block 6, put a card in the graveyard, or even to clear the top card of their library if they're looking to draw with their gravy next turn.
So Henry getting through 6 damage there, and the life total is looking a bit closer together, and ending the turn with a gold in play. Treasure Island empty of any spoils. Alright, so Toby's going to go digging now for some more cards. Let's see if he can find the right thing. Looks like there's a sloop in hand.
A lot of sloops this game.
We're going to keep digging. Now, I imagine Toby's looking for a blue card here because he's got those outlines in the grave, but unless he's able to play out those blues, they're just going to sit there. Okay, what's this Toby's coming in with? Is that a Swindler's Gift?
I think that is a Swindler's Gift.
Yeah, red Swindler's Gift. Okay, so coming in for 6 here. Now, it's only 6, but that's half of Henry's life, and he's starting to put a lot of 2 blocks back into his deck. When he comes into the second cycle of the deck, he's not going to be blocking well.
No.
So he needs to keep that pressure on, or he's going to end up very quickly binning more cards than he keeps.
Again, this draft format has offered a lot of high power cards. It's been sending 6, 7, 8 at each other and just blocking them out until one of them hopefully stutters and can't block it out effectively.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we're getting 2 cards and a piece of armor here to hopefully block it out completely. It looks like we have.
Yep, Henry committed here to the blocking game. He may be going for fatigue here. I'm not sure what his strategy is, but he might be looking to exhaust this gravy player of all their cards. So that looks like a Siren's Red.
Yeah, Siren's Red. That comes in for 4. Coming in for 6, sorry, my mistake. Again, these cards just swinging in for such large numbers. And the Sirens is going to obviously apply pressure into the attack because it is coming in for 6 and also gain that 1 life. But it looks like potentially Toby has another Blood on the Water.
Surely not.
Looking to find where the block's going. I might be mistaken, that may not be another Blood on the Water. Exceptional. It would be exceptional if he did. Perfect answer for the perfect situation right now.
It does look a lot like Blood on the Water. But let's see how he plays this out.
The suspense, it's absolutely killing me right now. Oh, and he commits. Blocking 6. Beautiful.
Yep. Looks like it was Paddle Faster maybe, or something up. It's like that.
So if you're a gravy player and you're drafting, you pull 2 Blood on the Waters, you've done very well for yourself.
So I've just been watching Toby's cards, and I'm not seeing a lot of blues here. I'm wondering how he's going to get those allies out.
He does have a lot of gold still, so he can start drawing cards with Gravy, but I think he's also realizing that he's going through a lot of his cards at the moment, making it hard for him to sort of effectively draw without potentially fatiguing himself.
Okay, and that looks like it could be another Angry Bones, or is that's Restless Bones, that one?
I think that's a yellow Restless Bones.
Yeah, yellow Restless Bones. Just a little bit of damage coming through.
I think Henry has another sloop in hand, which is again very, very good on the crackback, but he's looking to potentially block this out, to conserve a little bit of life, and maybe Arsenal a card.
So Henry clearly very want to protect his life total. He was thinking about that equipment going in, but he's declined. He wants to keep that for later. Taking the 1 damage, letting 1 gold away.
Nationals players from table 54, Valentine and Stephen, please report your result on the gem. Table 54, Valentine and Stephen, please report your result.
Sending.
Okay, that's like one of the Gold Hunter boats. That is the longboat.
Coming in for 5.
A nice cheeky 5 there for no pitch. So we can see why Henry was happy to block there, because it's 2 cards. He's going to buy back 2 cards and gets him an arsenal for that 1 turn where he's going to want to pop off.
Absolutely, and he still has an activate his cannon. So he still has that in his back pocket. If just for threatening, like having an arsenal as Maryland is very important, because you can just sit there and use 2 cards to block, and then have an arrow just to send back a huge 4 overpower card.
Okay. And Toby's used the arm piece there for its full effect, and he is now naked, as they say. Only the 1 headpiece sitting there ready to destroy the top card. But he's only got 6 cards left in his deck, so he's in a lot of trouble here. I don't know where he's going to get these elements out.
Marlon is proving to be very strong, and a very strong lead in regards of deck positioning here. Gravy only having 6, and it looks like he only has reds left in the. Has reds left in his hands, and it looks like he's going to dig. Pitch a yellow into his gold. Pitch another yellow. It looks like no, it's a blue. It's going digging. Has 4 cards left in library, 3 cards in hand.
Okay, so golden tipple there, but I can't tell what colour that is, unless that's blue.
I think that is blue.
Okay, blue golden tipple. Really the right card to have here, because it just gets through that 1 sneaky damage, gets rid of the armour, and now here we see an ally come out. And this is what Toby needs to threaten cards out of the Marlin hand.
But Swabby on attack.
Oh yeah, Swabby, plenty of damage coming through here.
Absolutely. A threatening amount of damage, and he only has 4 cards left. It looks like 4 or 3 cards left. So, and he still can represent a very dangerous turn with 4 cards in pitch stack, so he's going to be able to potentially grind this out to the ends.
Yeah, what I'm not seeing though in that pitch stack is enough of those blue cyclical cards like the golden tipple. So if you can't go again on a blue, those allies look a lot less effective. Alright, so 1 damage coming through, but Swabby's staying on the field.
Henry does have to make a decision whether to get rid of the swabby or go for the face, push that damage.
I think at this point he's got to get rid of the ally and just keep those cards.
Looks like a headshot.
Alright, so this game now is going to come down to whether or not Toby can get out those other allies, because if they sit there and don't get onto the field, Henry's in a very strong position to just eat cards. And Toby's got the life gap where he can take damage, but he can't afford to lose cards.
No, he's in a very bad... He's backed into the corner at the moment. And Maryland, as we saw before, has pitched 2 sloops earlier in the game, so he has probably drawn those 2 sloops now. And sloop providing that big value of 6. Potentially, if he has 2 blues in hand, it can swing 2 swoops in 1 turn.
Okay, so Toby going for the back-to-back sloop attack and spending some more gold here to cycle through.
He's looking to potentially close the chain to put a blue in Arsenal. But I think that is a blue sloop on the field.
Alright, and here comes another sloop. Okay, and Henry taking all that damage here. This has been a very effective turn for Toby. Is that rigor mortis come down?
I think. Oh, unless that's is that not with Chowder?
Yep, no, you're right. It is Chowder.
Yeah. Still a very good card here to gain the 1 life to sort of mitigate some more damage here.
And all of a sudden, this looks really tough for Henry. It just came down to, organising that 1 turn right.
And they've both played very, very well today. But I think Gravy in that late game is very scary with the allies. Can just be blue pitch, and just play ally.
And Chowder's great to have on the field at this stage in the game, because even if Toby has to sacrifice his hand, he's still got that free attack. It doesn't cost anything to come along with Chowder.
It is very good value. And even if Henry sends it at Chowder, that is 1 attack less plus 1 life gained to make that life total a little bit easier, a little bit harder to take down.
Now, is that 1 card left on Henry's deck?
I think it could absolutely be.
This game's over. Toby can just take this damage here. He's got 15 life. I don't think Henry can do 15 damage.
I don't. He's sending 6 at the moment with a red sloop. I think he has another red sloop in hand. It is going to be very difficult for Henry to win this, but it is looking to be favoured in Gravy's way.
Alright, another sloop comes into Chowder. And of course the life is gained. But that's 2 cards out of a deck that was only 5 cards big. You did no damage. Player gained life. That's not enough.
Yeah, Maryland's on the last 4 cards.
You simply can't deal 16 damage with 3 cards. This game's finished.
Unless we're missing something. As they say in some other card game, believe in the heart of the cards.
No, not possible.
But it looks like Maryland doesn't have any cards to believe in at the moment.
No, there's no heart left.
And that's GG.
Alright, so Toby wins that one. Absolutely well played. He conserved those allies right to the point he needed them, and then they came along, boom, 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 and he took the tempo back.
Absolutely. Basically went to the end game and just saved those allies just for that. Chowder providing so much 3 damage, 1 life, and potentially another 6 life for taking one of the sloops. Very good game.
Yeah, it was tough. I think both players spent a lot of time defending early on, and they had to know what they were doing. And I think those 2 blocks, just in the end, they weren't enough.
No, the 6 block really worked in Gravy's favour there, as he was able to use 1 card to just play out a ally just to get some more value for himself, to mitigate some damage. Very good.
Perfect. Well, that's the end of the first round of draft. We've got 5 more rounds of draft to go today. So we will be back shortly. We will bring you another round from day 1 of Nationals here in Australia.
Beautiful. We'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Easy. Welcome back. We are here with round 5 of draft. Round 5 today of draft 2. We have Fahad versus Damian Moss. Some of the better players in Melbourne here. I have versed Fahad a total of 1 time, and he has taught me things I didn't know about the game, ever, and I have versed Damian Moss many times, and I don't think I've ever come close.
Yeah, Damian will love to hear that. These are two very skilled players, a lot of experience across many TCGs, many years of games, playing at the highest level. This is what it's all about. This is why you come to Australian Nationals, to play against people like these two.
Absolutely.
So great to see them at 4-0 on table 1.
And just the amount of skill these two have is going to be, it's going to show in this game. They're both very versed in their decks and probably in their draft pools as well.
Yeah. Now, 2 weapon choices here for the Puffin player. They've got the Blunderbuss and the Spitfire. Given how I think Fahad usually plays, I reckon he's going to choose the Blunderbuss. What would you be looking at if you were Puffin here?
I would say the Blunderbuss has more value in this limited format. It's going to always be active if you need to swing in for an attack, where the Spitfire can sometimes linger because you don't have a cog, so you can't attack with it. So I think the Blunderbuss is going to be the play here, unless Fahad has completely just drawn only cogs. He's got 39 copper cogs in his deck, and he's just going to be swinging with the weapon over and over again.
Yeah, okay. I think Mechanologist is interesting in this format because they have one of the highest potential life bases, given they can access the 2 battle-worn weapons. So, in theory, they can start on 22 life.
Absolutely.
Whereas the Marlin here has a lot less access to those battle-worn items.
I think it's just the extra value of the drawing and that Puffin provides as well. I don't think we'll see the ability happen a lot, but the combination with Puffin and Treasure Island is very good, making those cogs to gain action points, potentially draw a card. Oh, it looks like he's running Spitfire today.
Okay, so we've got Harpoon on the side of Marlin, and then the Spitfire on the side of the Puffin.
Again, I think the Harpoon is the correct choice for Marlin. Just providing so much damage and threatening so much damage. It just provides a lot of value here. Even just mental damage, is he going to activate the Harpoon, or am I going to just take 6?
Yeah. Now, we might have to put this match into slow motion because these two players know the game so well. They play at hyper speed. I have trouble even figuring out what's going on and what day it is when I play against Fahad because so much is happening. He typically plays Kano, and the cards come down, the damage comes down. It is fast and furious, and Damian is a speedster too. So we'll see what happens here.
When you have the amount of knowledge that these two players have, you don't need to worry about what the cards do. You just need to know when to play them.
Yeah.
But no, I think you were right with the battle worn. I think you've got the unicycle and the helmet, the chest piece. Sorry, with battle worn there. So Fahad will be starting on that with the extra 2 life, as we said. And he's coming in with it's one of the new Mechologist cards.
Yeah, it looks like that mother thing.
Yeah,
Grandmother Crank or something like that. Yeah, tough old wrench. I'm assuming that's a red one. Can't quite make it out here on our view.
I think it's red. I think it's red, yeah. Blocking 2.
Alright, so Damian taking the first point of damage and letting a gold through. And we won't see that gold converted yet because there's no more action points.
Like I said, Puffin having that gold early on can be pretty concerning. If they go again or have any form of buffing, they're able to swing that weapon and potentially swinging the card and the weapon together.
Okay, this is life for a life, is it not?
I believe so. 4.
Yeah, looks like red life for a life. Quite a nice play on 19 HP, turn 1.
And pitching a blue for it as well.
Now I'm going to make a prediction here. I reckon this game's going to come down to 1, 2 life, and it's probably going to end with Fahad attacking with something that has an instant buff And he's going to get that one life through in a sneaky instant speed.
He is very good with those kind of situations. Playing to his strengths is generally how you want to go, and Fahad and Damian both are very good at that.
Yeah, and Puffin especially just has so many tricks, and if you're in that low life point end game, you can find it very tough to get past it.
Absolutely.
Alright, and life for life hitting there.
Oh, now they're both equal on gold now. Gold in Maryland's hand isn't I don't think as strong as Gravy and or Puffin, but is still very good for Damian here. I think that's a Swindler's Grift.
Yeah, it looks like a Swindler's. Okay, and you see Fahad putting some of that battle-worn equipment to use. He is keeping cards in hand here, but still letting one damage through. Not afraid to play with the life total in order to keep a good hand and allow him to generate some of those combos that Puffin plays so well with. Alright, so we see the gold converted and a turbine coming down to make a second cog, cranked, drawing.
And I think that's a red turbine, so it's going to be +3 to his next meteorologist attack. And I think he's pitched a blue turbine to pay for that. These are those cards that the Goldwing Turbine are very good with because they offer just so much value for Puffin.
And they block 3 as well. It's just, how can you not like that card?
Really good card. The only interaction I've had with this card is in Classic Constructed, where I played Ripple away against this card and took away the action points. But otherwise, provides very good value. Coming with a Zeppelin, I think a red Zeppelin for 9.
Yeah. And this is what I was talking about. These cards are so effective at pushing damage through because Fahad's got access to 3 instances here of Cog, including the Unicycle. And this is a great way to finish the game, but also a great way to push damage through. And I mean, 9 points of damage, it's half Damian's life.
Absolutely, and he has 2 untapped cogs, so he can push that to 11, or push it to 1, create another cog, crank that cog to have an action point, and swing with the weapon, which is pushing a total of 13 damage.
All right, so Damian blocking for looks like 6 at the moment. And Fahad considering how he's going to crank, or how he's going to push damage here. So just confirming the Treasure Island token there. Now, one thing we saw Fahad do as well, I'm not sure if he caught this, but he pitched Nimbilism on that first turn, and he's got those Nimbilism braces. So he's definitely playing here for a second cycle.
Absolutely.
Where the Nimbilism's going to come through.
What a card Nimbilism is for this format allows, and plus Nimby as well, it just makes the aggression plan very planned out, thought out as well. Offering so much value, getting a card out of your deck, also banishing a card from your banish zone to do more. Does nearly everything you can do in a limited format.
Yeah. Okay, so Fahad taking the attack to 10 and also exercising the effect of Cogwick Zeppelin to, as you say, get the crank, get the go again, and then come in for another attack. I can't quite make out what that attack was here.
I think that was potentially another Zeppelin, a turbine made, because it looks like he's got 4 cogs. Oh.
Okay, he's going large. He's getting the unicycle in here as well.
Oh, that was a Sky Skimmer. That was a red Sky Skimmer going for 4. Gave it go again to attack and then swinging with the weapon.
Okay, so that was 10, 14, 16 damage this turn. that is the kind of thing Puffin can do. 16 damage, one turn.
Really good hand. It was good that he and like I said, we saw him be quite conservative on his cards, but for absolutely good reason. Pushing 16 damage there, taking I think nearly all, taking 2 cards from Damian. Just what you want to do. It's sort of just what you want to do again as playing Puffin, and sat there with 4 cogs, which I think are going to be destroyed at the end of his turn.
Okay, so Damian here making a harpoon. Getting the nimblism out, pumping, and then sending the harpoon. Okay, it's going to be, what is it, 8 or 7?
I think 7. $12?
I'm seeing 12 here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the 12 came from here, but...
Oh, he activated his harpoon.
Oh, harpoon was activated.
Yeah.
Of course.
This is what we're saying with these two players moving so quick that we can't even keep up with every single action they're doing, and this is pushing in for 12.
Yeah, these guys make me feel old when they are just playing 3 or 4 cards, but it looks like it's been a whole sequence, a whole day's worth of play. 12 damage.
Yep, it looks like he's taken 10 from that. I didn't see what he blocked with. Again, Fahad is moving so quick.
Looks like it was just a headpiece and maybe 1 card from hand.
Yeah.
So he negated 4 of that damage and took the remainder. Or he might have just done the headpiece because he's taken 10.
Another turbine coming out, cranking the draw card. Again, Puffin is one of those decks that utilizes gold very well in this kind of format. Being able to make that gold into a crank item, and then also cranking off any effect that they generally make a cog token with. We're coming in for the 1 for 5. I've forgotten the name of it.
Yeah, the skiff, isn't it?
Stiff, yes.
Alright. So it's not just 5, I think it's 8 here because it looks like there's another turbine on it. I can't quite make the colour out. But, yeah, Damian knows that this can go again.
With 1 card in hand and 2. So this is going to get at least 1 buff to its power and go again. As so it's a once per turn instant. So this can be buffed or go again.
So Fahad not far away from that second cycle, and I think he's put that nimblism in there nicely, expecting that to come out in the next 1 or 2 hands.
Absolutely.
And he's looking to get Damian low enough now that this finishing move of nimblism into this swift braces with something like a skiff on the field is just going to send it over the edge.
Again, and like these two players don't mess about. They like their games quick and easy, and I think that you can see that with how they've built their decks and how they play their decks.
Yeah, almost a complete opposite to the match we watched previously. There is no defense here. It is straight aggression.
And big numbers as well. Like last game was 6s and 7s. This is 10s and 12s.
Yeah, I mean, single turn attacking for 16 and then a single attack attacking for 12. These guys know how to send the big numbers. Okay, so it looks like Damian's taking everything here.
Going into go again to send the weapon for 3 potentially here.
Okay, looks pretty clear. Yep, weapon coming in for 3.
I think we're at that life total now. You've just got to respect 3 now. Stripping 1 card from Damian, but it looks like Damian really wanted to keep his hand, so he might be able to swing back for a turn that is going to put Fahad in a really bad position.
Yeah, 5 life, and Damian's still got the 3 cards here.
Oh, there's the Nimby in Fahad's hand.
That is scar for a scar.
4 goal again is pretty good in this situation.
Just perfect positioning here. It threatens so much, and it's a card that you don't want to deal with.
It's definitely demanding a card from Fahad now. Fahad hopefully is going to respect it, but Scar for a Scar is only 4, and he does have 5 life, so he might go to that 1 life point.
I feel really good every time I draft this card, but it's so funny. I feel like I often get stuck into positions where I'm defending with it. I wish I was good like these guys on camera, where I draw it at 4 life and attack to create a scenario like this. So of course it hits, gets 1 point of damage and that crucial gold.
So yeah, at least now, if Damian doesn't have a second Scar for Scar, it won't have gold again, but still represent.
Okay, what are we seeing next? Cycling the gold to draw a card. Using Marlin's effect on the draw.
Oh.
Having a look at another card. So Damian knows what's ahead of him. He knows what's in front of him. He's just got to send the damage now.
Absolutely, and Damian, again, one of those players that can effectively use their ability very well. Making a Goldfin Harpoon.
So Damian does have the fish fingers down. Very good here for creating those break points. Just able to turn an attack into that thing where it demands 1 extra card. And Fahad's got no armor to negate those. Okay, so this is coming in for 8. 8 overpower. Fahad does not look confident.
No. Very demanding position now.
Yeah, I think Fahad knows. He doesn't have the blocks.
No. Very demanding position here. Potentially might have to give up the arms to live a little longer, but I don't think there is much he can do.
I don't think those arms block.
Oh, true.
I think he's out.
No block.
He needs to have a card with the word block on it here, because this is 8 damage. He's got to find 4 from his hand, and this set does not give in. Even something like Siren Score is not going to save you here.
Oh, it looks like he has the. It looked like he must have had 3 non-action cards.
Yeah, he whatever was in there, I didn't see how it was made up, but it was 7 block, and Damian let it through. So we're going to keep this match going.
I think that is another wrench or a Tinkerbot.
Yeah, it's one of the little bots coming through.
Providing value to make make a gold or a extra cog when destroyed.
Yeah, that's only on defense for that one, but it's a crucial 0 attack, and it just pushes that damage. Demands a card.
Absolutely. This set is all about demanding cards, offering good value for them, but it is a 0 for 4 to pressure to put some pressure onto Marlin, but I do think Marlin's in a very good position here.
Yeah, I'd feel quite good if I were Damian, because you've got the leg piece, so you've got that block available, you've got the hat, and you've got the fish fingers. So
Despite quite comfortably.
Despite what we said earlier about having the battle worn equipment, Damian's just been able to last out with those overpower attacks. And okay, Harpoon for 6, and
that's
okay,
game.
Fahad's conceded it. Boom. Harpoon sends it.
Very, very skill-intensive game there. Both players knowing the maximum value of each card they have in their hand, playing to their strengths, and playing incredibly quick. But we are looking to move on to the next round soon. But again, a very quick one compared to our first round. And Damian Moss to go I think is still undefeated.
Yeah, is Damian moving into pole position here, the player to beat? And Darren just corrected us in chat that that previous turn it didn't have overpower because it wasn't a harpoon, of course. So it still got the +4, but it didn't get the overpower.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah, both of these players, I think you'll expect to see them again, no doubt, over the weekend.
Absolutely. Two powerhouses.
Fahad will take this loss in his stride and he'll keep going. I'm sure he'll be chasing a top result and looking for that top 8.
Absolutely. And out of some of the players here, we expect to see these two players rise to the top very quickly. And like I said, some of the best players in Melbourne here and Australian, even Australia. But unfortunately, they had to go head-to-head. One of them has to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, and quite a surprise. Damien is playing Arachne slip through the cracks.
Wow.
That makes sense. Damien's very much an assassin player. He loves the assassin play style and used to be on Nu, but has moved over to Arachne. But a bit of a surprise for me seeing Fahad on Gravy Bones. Normally, Fahad would be on the Wizard train, and I would have expected Fahad to see Kano in his hands, but he's on the Gravy train.
I think Gravy is proving, making waves, as one would say. Making waves to a point where I think everyone's sort of realizing the power, the longevity of the games, and just how much value that Gravy can provide with his allies, plus everything else he runs in it. Like in Classic Constructed, having the rainbow tipples fueling his deck, fueling his discard, fueling his gold. All the allies providing large numbers. You get a humperdinck on the field. It's nearly almost game right there and then. So I think if I'd seen the strengths in Gravy, and hopefully, maybe, and for all our hopes, hopefully it moved on from Kano for a little bit.
That would be nice. Well, thanks very much to our players for this round. We still have 10 minutes left in the round, so we'll probably go to a brief break, and then we'll be back with you for round 6 of the first draft.
Awesome. Keep viewing, guys, because we've got more games to come, and you'll see a lot of high-level players from now on till tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Alright, players, we are back for round 6. We have a Scurv for you. And Gravy on the other side. So, we chose this match in particular because Zachary Couchy is here at 5-0, and in Constructed, he was playing none other than Levia, or Leviat, depending on which camp you're in.
Which is a very wild pick for at the moment. Brute hasn't had an opportunity to shine at the moment, but Leviat also hasn't had a chance to shine since the Art of War ban. But I believe the people, if you play Leviat, you only play Leviat and you play it through and through. So you get a mastery of her.
Absolutely. So Scurv is obviously seen as one of the better heroes in the draft. What do you think is the strategy here for the Gravy Bones player?
I think Gravy Bones just wants to go face. I don't think you want to give him gold. You want to slow. You just basically, I think you want to kill the Scurv before you can do anything. But that's going to be very hard. Scurv's effects are very good. Destroy a gold, create a gold kiss rum, go again. It's already very powerful. And then whenever you activate a gold kiss rum, you gain 1 resource, which is even more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I think the game plan for Gravy is to keep him off gold, which I think is very hard to do, especially in this limited format with the Treasure Island effects. I think his companion, Scurv's companion, also steals gold as well when it attacks.
It certainly can. I think you got to make maximum use here of the octopus and get those sticky fingers over everything.
Absolutely.
The first time I played a High Seas draft, I felt very good because I was on Scurvy and I had the sticky fingers. And then turn 1, my opponent comes in with the boat and straight away they destroy sticky fingers. You can't do anything about it. HMS Barracuda eats up the squid.
Oh yes, Barracuda is the answer to it. No, good old Sticky Fingers does provide a lot of value, just early game, late game. If it sticks around, stealing gold, pressuring to attack every time, clears the allies very well here. And like I said, Scurv's effect is just offering so much value for himself. So it's good that he's not a CC hero, only a Blitz hero.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we wouldn't see a single other pirate hero besides Scurv.
Yeah, I think Mechanologist would pretty much resign as well from the format.
Absolutely.
Because, once you start stealing items that readily, it's just so hard.
And like I said, leaking 2 damage as well. He's not like Polly where it doesn't have any attack and does something. He has a fantastic attack trigger, has the attack as well, 2 for 2. So you can't ping him like Polly, as with just like if you're on Verdance with 1 arcane. So you actually have to send something at him. So the value he provides is astronomical. Unfortunately, we haven't seen someone draft a Polly yet. It'd be fantastic if they could.
Yeah. Yeah, Polly, very hard. I don't think you can actually play it if you draft it, can you? Because it's
Oh, yes, that's right.
yeah, it's legendary. It's outside of the packs. Yeah, but I think obviously that would be just drawing a card every turn, and just too good.
Be very good.
Yeah, very smart design there from LSS to exclude those legendaries.
They do a pretty good job.
I'm curious with the Auckland event coming up, how they're going to apply, I guess, what the newer rules of Fab are with the likes of only building 30 card decks and excluding the legendaries from the format, if we're going to go back to the traditional days of put everything in, build the deck as large as you want.
Yeah, wow, rightio. See, is that with the new Project Blue format coming through?
Oh, and I'm in the Auckland calling in August, yeah. So
right.
The Welcome to Wraith Unlimited on day 1.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So it is sealed deck, so under the new rules, you'd get 8 packs and have to build 30 cards, but in the old days, you could build put every card you wanted, and fatigue typically was the better choice.
Of course. And Welcome to Wraith having some powerhouse cards as well. So I haven't myself drafted Welcome to Wraith before, but I can imagine what you can do with that kind of set.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy, and Brute especially you can do turn 1 kills because they just have so many ways to deal damage and rip cards out of the hand. But going back to the real world, we see Golden Tipple here coming along.
I think that's a red Golden Tipple as well. Again, one of those cards just that offers so much value from the get-go. Just play for 3, draw a card, discard a card, make a gold. Does everything you need to do. And we're getting a block here. So no damage taken. And playing a blue action here to get a Rigor Mortis out. Another one of those cards that just provides just a lot of value. Or 1 for 6 that sticks around, that is going to take an attack off. Potentially he's going to send Sticky Fingers at the Rigor Mortis, potentially to save himself wasting his cards, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Sticky Fingers is so effective here at getting rid of those small allies. So it looks like that was Charter Course Blue.
Charter Course Blue, yep.
So it's not going to be the 3rd attack. Okay, looks like the players are just double checking the math, and it might have been a chess piece committed without need. So they've rolled that back. Very good sportsmanship there from both of the players. And
that's what the Fab community is all about. Where we are a very understanding community, and we all understand that Fab's hard and can be very hard, and especially when you have to read some cards. Some cards just have a lot of text on them, but that's what we enjoy about Fab, is playing with people and building the community.
Absolutely. And you really respect that. You see players here, they want to win with honour. They don't want to win because their opponent did something dumb and threw away a card for no reason.
Absolutely. The Fab community has been very, very welcoming, very, very honest, and honestly just very helpful with learning. Like if you started, I've met a lot of new players over the time I've played Fab, and no matter what they say, everyone's willing to teach them something or that. And every time you play someone will always say, "Oh, this is why, that why, this could be better." I think that's what makes the Fab community so strong and so powerful here. And as if you can hear in the background, the chatter of the Aussie and Ats, we have a huge amount of people here, and everyone here has a grin on their face.
Absolutely. Okay, so we see here the Skur specialisation coming in, attempting to block the Gravy player from taking the gold draw, and even worse, getting the draw themselves. That specialisation, very hard to use, but that's exactly the time to use it.
Oh wow, that very, very sneaky kind of card. And able to take control of a Gravy's draw is very detrimental, especially for gold. They sort of want to have a blue in the arsenal there, and hopefully draw another blue, potentially activate High Tide, or play, an ally. But Skur being able to sort of steal that from them as well as he does already.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, what have we got coming down here?
That's blood water.
It looks like one of those generic pirate attacks. It's walk the plank. So this card actually quite effective in this matchup because both heroes, they need a tap. So if you can lock down them or an ally, that's one action that your opponent can't make.
Yeah, the tap down effects are very strong in this format, especially obviously with the new heroes all having the effect to tap them. And you don't tap them during to your end step now or before you draw. So you lose access to hero ability or potentially a ally attack or even like a sticky fingers. It's very strong here and threatens a lot more than what it represents on the card itself.
Yeah. So walk the plank hitting. It doesn't look like the players have remembered here to do the tap effect.
The new mechanics are very hard to remember these days with the addition of tapping. I think Fab didn't have had a tap effect before this completely, where we only used tap as a representation of activating the effect.
Okay, and we see again that Gold Hunter, the Kraken, coming in. And that's going to be 7 damage here.
Representing, again, this limited format is very high power, swing back and forth. Very Guardian gameplay with no Guardians.
It really is. Such big numbers for a non-Guardian format. And quite lucky to get that Gold Hunter off, given how much gold's been produced and used in this game so far.
Absolutely. Both heroes utilizing every bit of gold they can get effectively, which obviously with Gravy you want to be drawing cards, you want to be putting cards in the graveyard, everything like that, where Scurv just wants to steal it just because he doesn't want you to have it.
Yeah, missing that tap effect really hurt here because Gary was able to use that to produce himself a rum token.
Yeah. The Golden Kiss Rum is one of the new items that are just providing a lot of value. Like as you see in Sea Legs in Brutes, giving Brutes a good way to give go again. And I think that's where Levi is probably peaking, is from the new Sea Leg card. No. Oh, he's taking the hit here, going under 15. Collecting that gold off Treasure Island. Scurv's sitting pretty comfortable here. But as we saw before, doesn't take a lot for Gravy to turn the game around. He can sit here at 15 life, block out all he wants, as long as he gets some allies in the graveyard, he'd potentially be able to come back.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Have we seen many allies yet from Gary? I feel like we've only seen the ones so far that got played and destroyed. I can't remember seeing another one be discarded or.
I don't think he's got another one in the bin yet, which is unfortunate at the moment. Because Gravy wanting to have the allies in the bin there, but he might be doing the same thing as we saw game 1, where he's conserving them, pitching them away for later turns to go through that second cycle to get some tempo off them.
Yeah, sure. As yellow pitch, they are very functional, and being able to put them in the second cycle so that they're there to discard for your effects, the likes of the go again effects and the extra buffs, it can be pretty potent.
Oh yeah. So as we saw, game 1, we thought Gravy was in a very losing position, but turned that game around very quickly and was able just to sit there at 15 life and just drain the opponent of resources.
Yeah, that compass just allowing you to structure your turn so that you can go the restless bones and back to back into the allies.
I wonder if they will ever give Gravy a weapon. At the moment, he seems very powerful without one.
Yeah, maybe that he gets a weapon and it just takes him in a different direction. Maybe something else to do. Yeah, maybe just move some cards around.
Yeah, absolutely. Gravy has proven to be quite effective without a weapon, especially just exclusively in offhands, which came as a surprise to a lot of people. Everyone thought it would be very, very clunky in ways of it, how to play, because usually every other hero uses their weapon to finish a start or something like that, where Gravy doesn't even have that. He just has the value of looking and the go again, which is very strong for Gravy.
Yeah, I suppose much like heroes we've seen in the past, like Chain, when you get those go again effects, they can be very potent.
Absolutely.
And I suppose if you look at decks that aren't based on weapons, like the Warriors, you probably get about as many weapon swings as you do on average through the likes of playing allies. That it kind of works out like for like. But yeah, certainly Gravy already at a power level that doesn't need any benefits yet, and arguably a weapon might be the weaker play on some turns.
But no, we've got Gravy swinging a sloop at Scurv at the moment, trying to clean up those life totals a little bit. Scurv is quite ahead on the life here, but as we said before, we've seen this sort of pattern many times. Sloop into a sloop, very common today.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to come up with a good name for this back-to-back sloop play, because it seems to be a bit of a pattern. What better way to spin 4-pitch?
It's been very effective, and like game one, I think we saw 7 sloops in one game between the two players.
Yes.
So a very sought after card, it seems like.
Yeah, and they are fairly common in the pirate slot. Common, but only 2 block.
But I think these games proven you don't need to worry about how much you can block, it's how much you can provide on the front face there. And like the double sloop this turn has just been 12 and has even those life totals out very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. All of a sudden we see Zachary sitting back on 5 life and thinking to himself, how am I going to close this game out?
I have myself and Sticky Fingers and a Dream at the moment.
And Sticky Fingers can be a little bit clunky sometimes without having that go again effect. You've got to be able to make use of the rum. And you can see here, Zach saved up 2 rum, but you can only, of course, use 1 at a time, with the requirement being to tap the hero.
Which does make, like I said, make it very clunky at the moment. What do we have here?
Alright, that's a blue attack to finish the chain. I think that's Murderous Rabble, isn't it?
I think that is Murderous Rabble as well. Yep. For, I think, a full 3.
I got 2 on that one.
2? 2. I'll put my glasses on this time. Murderous Rabble,
But
really
most
good
importantly,
card.
it's blue. And that means that you're going to see an ally.
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go. That's Paddle Faster for 4.
You don't need an ally when you can start threatening lethal.
Yeah, exactly. This has been a big turn.
Takes the last 2 cards from Scurv's hand. I don't know what Scurv's going to be able to do here. Potentially a Sticky Fingers and pass, but let's see what he has in Arsenal.
Yeah, it's difficult. Not a great setup here. He really needed to find a way to use that rum effectively.
We can see here as well, both players only have 3 pieces of equipment this round as well. I think Gravy hasn't blocked with his, so he's still got 2 blocked there, where the Sticky Fingers only has 1 block with the chess piece. Running the Nimbalism Gauntlets again.
Okay, so opting to use the hero effect to transform another gold into a rum. Not sure why we're stocking up so much rum. I mean, rum is great to have in the pantry, but if you're not drinking it, what's the point?
Exactly. You can't look at it, you have to use it. And especially when you can only use 1 per turn. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of complications if you could use multiple a turn.
Yeah, just having that 3 life, how much chance now is he going to get to use one of these? He really needs to be able to get 2 back-to-back 0 attacks in, or even a 1 cost attack. Sticky Finger's not really presenting much of a threat here.
No, I feel that Gravy is in a position where he can take this damage, or just block the equipment just to cover up that 2 there. He's got no gold to steal.
Yeah, exactly as you said. He's thought about it. He might just leak the 2 here. It's just 2 damage. Yeah,
It looks like that's the play there.
Okay, so makes a gold off the island.
Draws up. And Gravy's got a full grip.
Okay, so starting with the fish fingers, getting that +1
He's looking
and
to close
golden
this game.
tipple. Straight away getting rid of the ally. Tell me that's a blue golden tipple. It is.
Using fish fingers to its maximum value there to get rid of the sticky fingers, go again, make a gold, put an ally into the grave. Beautiful play here. Still got 1 resource there with a Cutty Shark in the grave and potentially another ally there. Pitching to crack the gold to have 2 floating. I think that is Angry Bones there. For 4, discarding a Barnacle. So going to have some resources left over to be able to play a
I think that's Jittery Bones.
Jittery Bones.
He wanted to go again.
And playing a Barnacle looks like. Off the Jittery Bones there and attacking.
Yeah, Jittery Bones into Barnacle. Such an effective string of damage here. At 3 life, he's just eating those cards. And Scurv really quickly gets into the scenario where they get stuck on 2 blocks. They don't have those class cards to give them a reliable block. So yeah, you see it taking 2 cards away here.
Gravy is sitting very pretty at the moment, but like we've seen before, this can go any way possible. But he's going into the Barnacle with a
Strike gold.
Strike gold. Clearing allies still, but Gravy's still got a full grip of cards.
Yeah, I mean, Zach's really in a position where he's responding to what Gary's throwing out. He's not structuring the game for himself. Gravy's really in charge here.
Absolutely. Like Gravy is, like I said, that Barnacle play 4 for free, no resources to it. Very good turn there. We'll see what we can see. Hopefully, potentially Gravy is going to be able to do with his hand this turn and go for the win.
So both players here looking to set themselves up for a solid run to top 8. Whoever comes out of this is going to be sitting up the top at 6-0. And going into potentially one of the top pods on the second draft this afternoon.
The amount of powerhouses we've seen today, previous game with Fahad and Damian, has just proven that people are here to play, to win, and they know their stuff. The drafting committee here has been really good and has been showing the maximum value you can get just from these cards.
Yep, and Zach given a little bit of an out here. Gravy ending on 2 cards in hand, not quite able to make the most of that hand. So Zach cycling through gold non-stop here. But is he going to find what he needs to get this game back under control? Gravy is only on 6 life, so if he gets stuck with an awkward hand here, he could be out.
Absolutely, and we've got the Gold Kiss run being activated, which is going to give a card go again and a resource.
Alright, so sitting up here on 3 pitch. What's he coming in with? Okay, that's a boat. That's the expedition.
Coming in for 7, go again. Oh, 5 go again. My mistake. Sorry, wrong boat. But 5 go again is still a pretty good position you want to be in.
Absolutely, and only using up 1 of that pitch there, so has to give 2 cards away. Or 2 equipment, I should say.
I think that is another one.
Yeah, that looks like another expedition.
Expedition into expedition is a very good turn. Almost as good as sloop into sloop.
Yeah, I'm sure Zach would have loved to have seen one more go again attack here. If only he was sitting on a scarf or a scar in the arsenal, he just could have really thrust through with that damage. So he's going to get 2 cards out of Gary's hand, leaving Gary with the arsenal and 1 card, and otherwise sitting with no equipment now. This game is coming down to the wire.
And I see that Zach has drawn that nimblism, so he's going to be able to get some advantage off with his gloves.
So if Gary can't put the pressure on here, this could be the end for him. Okay, trade in from the arsenal. Trade in, quite an underrated card, but very good in this format.
Absolutely. It's a card that we don't see a lot of anymore, but has proven to do a lot for Gravy as well. And Zach has just blocked out that.
Looked like it was trade in yellow, maybe.
I think you're right. I think it is a trade in yellow. Or maybe it was a trade in blue, actually, to be able to play Cuddy Shark.
Yeah, trade in blue. Okay, trade it into Cuddy Shark.
Cuddy Shark, another one of those cards that can just provide a little bit of extra value here. Being able to give itself +1 or another ally +1 for the turn.
Yeah, it's really good because that 4 damage just becomes an excellent breakpoint. And when you're at 2 life, the breakpoints, they really count.
Absolutely. Getting to play a nimble.
All right, here's the play. Oh. So taking the gold here on a mutiny. It's the overpower mutiny as well.
Oh.
So if this attack in the arsenal is a 0 cost,
or a 1 cost,
yeah. He's coming in for something large with overpower. Not quite enough at 6, but let's see what he can do.
We have here.
Oh, it's Jack.
Nationals players who will be starting draft number 2 at 350.
So that's coming in for
So Jack, be quick. I think that's on 8.
+3 from the nimblism, +2. No, is it +2 from the arms or +1 for arms?
If it was yellow nimblism, it's 8. If it was red nimblism, it's 9. And it's got overpower, and it's stealing an ally. So he could get the Cuddy Shark here.
Jack Be Quick and Jack Be Nimble, one of those cards that just sort of gets out of control sometimes.
Okay. So I believe now he gets the ally.
Yeah. Preventing some damage with throw caution to the wind, looks like.
So hopefully he realises here that he can use this Gold Kiss rum to generate the dollar and put that attack through.
And obviously force through a bit more, add more pressure to this game.
Yeah.
Like we said, this game isn't over until it is over, and Zach is proving that true and true.
And on top of that, he's got chess piece still, which I imagine he can use to make a resource. Okay, he's going for the rum. He's got the dollar. Okay, he's using the chess piece as well.
I think he didn't use the chess piece there. I think he was going to buff Cutty Shark there, but he hasn't drawn a card this turn, it seems like.
No, he has not. So Captain's Coat won't be usable this time. But what an effective turn this was. Instead of attacking the ally, he was able to rip that out of Zach's hands and turn it around.
Absolutely. Scurv, being the thief hero as he is, stealing items, stealing allies, hide your kids, hide your wife. He's coming for everything, it looks like.
True story. And he held on to that Jack Be Quick for a long time. He knew that nimblism was coming. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with that turn.
He played that very well and played to all his outs there. He's put Gravy in a very difficult situation.
Alright, looks like we might be getting a judge call here. Alright, so just a judge call at the moment. We'll see what that's about shortly. Now, I believe that with Jack Be Quick, because the ally goes back at the end of the action phase, it goes back tap still. So Zachary doesn't get the opportunity to attack with it this turn. That is so effective at this stage of the game. Just shuts down the entire response that Gary would have been expecting to make here.
Absolutely, and Gravy left with one card. Oh. And Gravy... Oh. What did he swing with a barnacle? Pitched a blue, barnacle, and must have had an instant and a block.
Okay. Well, that was a bit of a crazy moment in the game. That looked like it was away from Gravy, but the card advantage, the card economy, it was just so crucial.
Very close game there. Zachary pulling out all the stops there.
Absolutely. It was a rapid finish, such a close finish. But I think we just saw those turns where Gary was able to pull those sloops in. All of a sudden, you saw the game go from 12 to 8 to something like 3 to 8.
Yeah.
And once you lose that life, you're stuck on defense.
Zachary did very well with all his cards, but just unfortunately couldn't get there with the Gravy. Gravy's again one of those decks that once you get to that late game is very scary.
Yeah, it was a really strong match, and I think the big difference you saw here compared to when we watched Toby play earlier is that Gary was able to consistently get those allies out when he needed them, and it felt a lot more stable. Even when he was down, he was just able to clutch those moments with the things like the golden tipple blue and discarding blue cards off the trade-in.
Now, again, both players playing to absolute outs. Done very well today.
Well, thanks everyone for joining us to watch round 6. We will be on a bit of a break here when draft number 2 gets underway, and we'll be back to bring you rounds 7 through to 9 for the rest of the afternoon.
Beautiful. We'll see you guys soon.
Thanks everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We have round 7, the first round of the second draft of the day. And we are bringing you Sam Sutherland versus Matthew Angove, both on Marlin.
The Harpoon Mirror. It's going to be again another close game. I feel them going on the same game plan. Maybe the weapons might change up depending on the matchup. Maybe both run Harpoon. Maybe both one run Harpoon, one runs Arrow. But most likely we're seeing the Harpoon popping off and providing that insane value of +4 and overpower.
Yeah, the overpower is just huge. The ultimate way to finish the match, and sometimes having those the block cards in hand can be the difference between a win and a loss here.
Absolutely. Plus, we've got two powerhouses on screen again. Sam Sutherland and Matthew Angove, both undefeated, correct?
Both undefeated. This is a 6-0 table. Whoever comes up here will be the top of the table. So Sam with the purple sleeves, and Matthew is coming out with, I'm going to predict blue sleeves.
Yeah, I think they were blue. Very similar colours again. From the same family. But Matthew Angove is coming in with the high C sleeves, high tide. He has the sleeve buff, as some would say.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, one does kind of expect Sam to be on Mechanologist, because he is Sam Sutherland, who pretty much invented Mechanologist. But, he's chosen the Marlin route, and I was told that he always plays Marlin in this format.
Again, each one of these heroes have proven just to be really... It is a favourable pick more than actual statistics, it seems like. Whatever you're comfortable with is what you pick, and you have a good chance of winning or taking home that game.
So what do you think of the key cards in this matchup here? Do you think we're going to see any of those blue Harpoon attacks be the defining choice for tempo?
I definitely think so. I think if Sam or Matthew have gotten any of the Harpoons, are going to be a key difference. It's just going to add the extra pressure of the overpower with the cannon. And Marlin also wants to use her actions for herself, so the overpower is going to make the blocks really awkward. So I think it's going to be one of those games where we might see what we saw at the beginning of draft today, where it's going to be sending big numbers, blocking, send big numbers back for a bit until it matters for those last few cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keeping up that tempo to push damage through, get those numbers in the right place, and then do the finishing move. It feels a lot like they're playing Tekken here with going through for those punches until you can get that finishing move in.
Absolutely. Otherwise, it's going to go into fatigue, Harpoon gameplay, where it's just going to be launching 2 and 2 and 2 until someone dies.
For sure. Alright, so we see 4 equipment on the board for Matthew, and Sam hasn't shown up his yet. But interestingly, Matthew has opted for the other bow. The first time we've seen that today.
And hopefully we see, maybe he has a heavy arrow dense deck where he wants to sort of get an arrow in there pretty efficiently. It doesn't cost much, it doesn't do anything too powerful, but it just allows him to be probably able to play 1 or 2 arrows consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. So he might be going for more of a threaded strategy where he's going back-to-back arrows, the go-again arrow into the heavy damage arrow.
But once Sam Sutherland flips over his equipment, we'll hopefully see something a little bit different, or maybe we might see the exact mirror. But both heroes will just want to be shooting arrows at each other as often and as quick as they can, over maybe sending big, heavy attacks.
Yeah, and I think that may come a lot more down to fatigue. It's possible here as well that perhaps Matthew, who doesn't have as many of the effects to take advantage of those big overpower attacks, so he's got to go in more with some of the pirate attacks, followed with the arrow.
And Sam does have a full suite of equipment, but he is on the cannon this time.
Okay. So it's a mirror for the equipment. Oh, apart from
The
fish
arms.
fingers on Sam and the braces on Matthew.
And I think that maybe, if that might show why Matthew's gone with the arrow with nimblism, potentially trying to get the arrows in efficiently so he can nimblism them to swing in for multiple attacks of decent size.
Sure. So just keeping the damage going through.
Looks like Sam's up first. Cracking fish fingers already. And launching I think that's a hook.
I think Matthew took the start and he just did a straight arsenal.
Oh, he did too, I didn't even see. These players are moving too quick. Yeah, I think that is one of the new hook line sinker cards, one of the 3.
It does look that way. Five attack coming in.
With fish fingers. Yeah. Actually, I think it's a swift shot there.
Swift shot. Okay, and Matthew taking all 5. And a sweet gold for Sam.
Matthew's playing that risky game where I think he's looking at his hand and saying, I've got a cracked hand here. I don't want to give you any cards. And Sam's loading up another arrow, it seems, harpooning, coming in for 8. I don't think any overpower on this one though.
No, that's entangling shot with the +4 from the harpoon.
It's tapped the hero down. What a fantastic opening turn for Sam here.
Yeah, he has committed a lot of resources to this. He's down 2 equipment here. He's got the arsenal. But, yeah, he's used up a lot of cards. Alright, and are we seeing it all go through? We are. Okay. Just doing the math right. It's a 15 minus 8. It's down 7. Alright. 13 damage on the first effective turn. And just the result of our poll there, looking like people are favouring Sam pretty heavily. And this first turn does show that he was able to get the numbers through.
Again, Sam is very known for his skill in the game, breaking and making Mechologist heroes. But today he's on Ranger, and hopefully he's going to be able to break the Ranger class open today as well.
Alright, so Matthew leading in with a Sikkim shot for just the 4 go again. But he had 3 blocks in his hand. He wasn't short of blocking power. He knew he was going to come back with something savage. So he was happy to take 13 for that privilege.
Hopefully this turn does go into Matthew's favour here. Otherwise, Matthew is going to be in a really rough spot after taking 13.
Yeah, one doesn't want to be playing the game through with 7 HP.
Sam with the, I think, look on the horizon block here. Taking 1, it looks like. We appreciate you, Sam, for getting the dice ready for us as well to help us see what values are coming through.
Alright, it doesn't look like they've updated the life tracker here, but Sam has taken 1. And there we go.
Beautiful. Well, he's loading the big guns. Just giving it +3 and put an arrow in the arsenal. Looks to be a red. Sending 7.
Okay.
Oh, sending 8, sorry.
So 8 coming in here. That's a red salvage shot. So that's going to be quite good because if Sam lets this hit, it's straight back in the deck, right at the bottom. And paired up with another pump for the late game. And if he doesn't let it hit, he's out of cards.
Now this is where, but Sam's also in a very comfortable position where he can take this damage and potentially swing back on a very aggressive turn, putting Matthew in a really pivotal position with how much life he's got left.
Yeah, and what do you think? Looking back at what Matt's been able to do here, do you think it was the right call to take 13? Is this... I mean, he's sent back 12 damage so far.
To be... what Matt has done, we still haven't seen the full extent of his turn. He still has one more card, but I don't know what that card can do or provide for. He doesn't have his hero ability. I think he should have probably... I feel like he should have blocked a bit more, especially knowing that his hero was going to be tapped down on that second attack. That second attack coming in for 8, not overpowered, so he could have blocked it out effectively. But having his hero ability tapped out does make his turn a little bit more different, but he didn't have gold either.
Yeah, fair shout. Sam really going to the tank here for this salvage shot. I think he wants to block it, but he doesn't want to have a no turn. Alright, so Sam blocking 4-5 and letting 3 points through. So a pretty even trade there, but Sam definitely ahead on life points right now.
Absolutely. I think he's got 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. That harpoon is looking, that cannon is looking very scary there. Just another entangling shot. Put that, tie down Maryland, just so it doesn't have any effect. Just to take away that, take away the value from the drawing and the harpoon. And I think we have to see. And it's one of those cards again, like. Matthew's in such a bit of a low life situation that he has to sort of respect it.
Yeah, I mean, taking 4 at this point and going to 3 life is a really tricky situation. You've got to be able to have a finishing move, and you can't do that on 16 life. You need to get Sam down lower.
Load the big guns, and then another endless shot, potentially coming for 8 again. Seven.
So 7 off the salvage shot. It's a call on the guns yellow. So salvage, he's looking to put another salvage shot on the bottom here. So if this game goes late, Matthew's got a lot of advantage already stocked up. 2 salvage shot reds sitting there. And I think that's why we're seeing now that Matthew chose to go the Manta, because he knows that he can just send arrow after arrow and keep firing those salvage shots.
Absolutely. Salvage shots providing so much value here. And also, well, Sam takes it looks like.
Okay.
I think we might have a turn here. Sam got a full grip of cards, plus an arsenal, plus a cannon. It's looking to be very scary here.
So I'm confused why Sam took 9 there, but players will sort it out. Okay, what have we got here?
I think that is the big game shot. I think it's +3 and make gold of some sort. And go again into a buff, into a nimblism, into a golden harpoon. I think that might be a big game shot as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So this is a lot of damage here.
This is coming in for potentially 3, 6...
10, 12, I think.
12. You're going to have to... Matthew will have to respect this card.
Yeah, Matthew's only got 5 points of play with his life total. And he's not got much on the field in terms of equipment, so this is going to demand at least 2 cards from his hand, I suspect. Okay, he's given him everything.
Big block for a big turn. Hopefully resetting tempo here.
So using that headpiece effectively to get out of a tricky situation, preserve his life total, and just play into the later stages of the game. I think Matt probably came into this with a very clear strategy that he was just going to bleed out when it was effective for him and push damage when Sam came back with the wrong cards or when Matt's hand was strong enough. Because Matt knows here that he's got the card economy.
Yeah, Matt again is playing to his outs, being very defensive and like you said, using his headpiece as best as he can with perfect block there. Stop that huge turn from Sam Sutherland, and hopefully try and drag this out to where he can get too comfortable, where he can just keep shooting endless shots at him, and it's going to make it very hard for Sam to block those out.
And Matt absolutely rewarded here for that choice because Sam's coming back with Siren's Blue. That's only 4 attack.
It potentially has a turn here to swing back. And both players at 7 life is very scary.
Okay, it looks like the players are just checking the numbers because there may have been a mistake made earlier. Yeah, I think we're going back to this point where Sam took 9 by mistake. So you're going to have a judge call on that. Yeah, if you remember, the salvage shot was coming in for 7.
7, it's taken 9.
And it appears that they've done the math wrong and taken 9 by mistake.
This is where this 2 life does come in very pivotal as well, because Sam's got to make sure he is at the most life here to potentially prevent a crazy swing back turn from Matthew.
Yeah, and I think Sam's also observing that the salvage shot didn't go into the deck after hitting.
Oh, true. These are the effects of cards that we have to be careful of, because a lot of these cards, like I said, there's a lot of triggers, a lot of things happening, especially at this higher level gameplays where we need to be on top of every single trigger and line of text. It looks like everything's been resolved.
Yeah, so Sam getting that 2 life back that was lost incorrectly and getting another one there off the Sirens, and I'm not sure how or why, but he was able to get 2 cards out of Matt's hand there. Matt really hesitant to take any damage, so fully blocked the blue Sirens. Quite a low level of attack, but it was able to get a high level of response, so great trade there for Sam.
And it looks like Sam has a full hand of headshots in his hand.
And it's a headshot coming at him.
Yeah. Again, a lot of sloops, a lot of headshots. Yeah, I think that's a full hand of headshot from Sam Sutherland. Oh no, there's one card different there. Checking to see what the best line of play here is.
So an easy block for Sam, but he is thinking. When you watch Sam play, he thinks through these choices deeply. It's not just 6 attack. He's thinking through, what will I do? What will I do 4 turns from now? He's seeing a little bit into the future, something that your average player just can struggle to do sometimes, but that's where Sam really rises himself above.
Absolutely. And some of the plays that he's pulled off in the years, he's definitely have to have that kind of skill, that mental capacity, thought process. All that does differ you from your average player there. And as you can see here, Sam always brings good results for himself. So as much as he goes into the think tank, it does matter, and it's quite pivotal for him.
For sure. 13 minutes left in the round still, so they're approximately halfway through. But the life totals representing that progression in the game. And I imagine Sam's considering here about conserving the card economy. Matthew will be disappointed that he didn't get that salvage shot back in his library. That's not the kind of mistake you want to be making.
That's a big hit to himself there, because obviously he's setting up for late game, and he's lost one of his best late game pieces.
Yeah, it's only 1 card out of 30, but I imagine it's going to be sorely missed. If this game goes all the way, that 1 card is it really punishes the end game.
Absolutely. It would definitely be pivotal for him to win this game if it goes any longer.
Okay, Sam opted to bring the Arsenal back, and there was a trade in the Arsenal, so he's decided he would rather have the extra card in hand than have that go again.
I think that is a return fire.
Oh yeah, that's going to be big.
Yeah, return fire loading his arsenal for him, so he wanted to clear it out for to be able to shoot this headshot.
Yeah, and that headshot is coming in for a 9. Return fire is such an effective card. It gets you out of those situations that you just don't want to be in.
Absolutely. And the play of removing your arsenal to block with it, to set up your arsenal for your next turn, and to re-put the trade-in back in the arsenal, phenomenal play here. Very strange line that I think a lot of people might have missed.
Absolutely.
But this is showing the thought process that Sam's going through.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's actually kept the trade-in in hand here, and the trade-in's going back down into the arsenal. I didn't understand it at first, but now that he's done it, I see it.
Yep, like you said, he sees into the future. He has that crystal ball somewhere, and hopefully we can see it into our future and become rich. All right, like the Pirates we are. Blocking.
Looks like an 8 block. Yep, taking 1 damage, giving away a gold. And but crucially leaking 3 cards. You really feel sorry for somebody at this point when they're blocking with 3 cards.
With such a huge life lead, and also trade in with an item now, so he can trade the item in to draw more cards with go again because he's reset into the arsenal. Sam is in a very comfortable position here.
Okay, Matthew going charter course into a harpoon. And I think that's coming in for 5. Yep, red charter course into the harpoon.
Sam's got another good... It seems like he's got a hand that he might want to keep with a golden tipple, potentially another headshot. And it looks like a buff card there.
So 6 HP, you're facing an attack of 5. Notably, Matthew doesn't have overpower. I think you take this.
I think Sam is in a pretty comfortable position to take this, keep the 5. Otherwise, give 1 card away that you might not be able to play through next turn, because you're going to draw a card off the trade-in. So you're going to end up with an arsenal. but I think Sam is in enough of a position to not worry about that.
Sam just has so many lines here open to him. I mean, the trade-in opens up Marlon, so he can trade in, use Marlon's ability. He's got so much on the field, and Matthew's on 6.
But again, this is the plays that Sam has to go through just to see into the future, to see what's going to benefit him the best. And you never know, he may draw something bad that hinders him here off the trade-in. But I think he is going to take the damage.
Yeah, I'm calling this as a no block.
And we see the Nimblism gauntlets again with Matthew. Nimblism again proving how great of a card this is in the limited format. The amount of damage you can leak through just through 2-3 cards, phenomenal.
Yeah, and Matthew will be really feeling that because he had to block with that last turn. I mean, maybe was it the right block? He traded 2 damage defensively for 4 damage offensively. And that 4 damage here would have put Sam on 1.
Yeah, would have been a much easier decision for Sam, I think.
All of a sudden, he would have been grabbing cards out of Sam's hand, whereas here, taking for 5, who cares?
He's got a full grip and an arsenal and an item to turn on that trade-in. We're going to be seeing a lot of cards here.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be something like trade-in, tipple, and then a harpoon for 6 overpower.
Opting to see if the Maryland trigger is going to go off. I know playing I think that is one of the expeditions.
That's a mutiny?
Mutiny. Stealing, is that the overpower?
That's the +2 one.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the battalion mutiny. So +2 to his next attack. So
this next attack's going to hurt.
Sam could be going straight through here for the breakpoints and just really punishing the fact that Matthew doesn't have any equipment here.
He's pitched a golden tipple to crack a gold, it looks like, to activate, and then now he's got off the second gold from the mutiny. He's activated Maryland to get the harpoon to hand.
Okay, there goes the trade-in. And it looks like he's pondering here to ditch the harpoon he just made to draw a card.
He does only have 1 resource here at the moment, so he may not have the resources to harpoon and activate the cannon to obviously get the +4 and overpower.
Yeah, his hand looks like he's got a red, a yellow, maybe another red. So he could be a bit low on resources here.
Looks like he might have another mutiny in hand as well.
I think that's the block, the horizon.
Oh, yes. A lot of very similar colour palettes on these cards today.
Yeah, a lot of orange, a lot of blue. It's either sunset or sea.
Yeah. But again, the artworks are beautiful. High Seas, again, that has shown how creative LSS can get with their designs, artwork-wise, mechanically-wise. So again, they've done such a great job here. Doing a quick deck count.
So I believe that Sam's still agonising here on the trigger for trade-in because he knows that his hand could be better, but every card he throws away is 1 card closer to crashing out. Okay, he's doing it.
Getting rid of the golden harpoon.
And he's got a nimblism here, so that could be pretty creepy.
Loads an arrow off the draw.
Let's see what arrow he's loaded.
He's harpooning as well and casting a nimblism.
Oh, it's a scouting shot, so we got to see the top card of the deck.
Oh, what a card.
Oh, and he's got the big guns as well. So that's going to be what, 8, 11, 13,
He's going to need 2 dice.
12. GG.
And that's game.
Sam Sutherland did it. Yeah, that last turn, attacking for 4, 5. I just don't think it was enough.
No. Unfortunately, Sam has to take those turns to think, because it pays off. He knows his deck. He knows what he has to do. He doesn't think of what's in his hand. He thinks of what he can do with his deck, his hands, anything he possibly has, everything. Uses the absolute maximum value here. And I think, unfortunately, Matthew had some unfortunate blocks, like we discussed before, and just couldn't push that damage through.
Yeah. And I think even though, we talked about that attack, it could have been 9. I think maybe Sam doesn't like going to 1, but I think in that scenario, he still could have gone to 1. Matt would have been on 4. He could have comfortably swept him with that hand. I mean, at 4 life, it's kind of a no-brainer. When you've got a mutiny on the field and a harpoon, it's just so easy.
Absolutely. And again, Sam Sutherland has proven why he is one of the best out there on a 7-0 streak now.
That's right, folks. So Sam moves to 7-0, retains the number 1 spot at the top of the ladder, and he's on a pretty clear path to top 8 here. It's not many rounds left to go now. We've got, 5 rounds in front of us. We've got 2 more tonight, 3 more tomorrow.
And then top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited to see the top 8. I'm hoping we have a bit of a diverse appearance of heroes. I do think we're going to see a few Gravies, absolutely. One of the most represented heroes at the moment. Maybe a Syndra. But I'm hoping to see my man Victor represented in the top 8, I think.
Well, we do have one Victor player up there on table 1, Sean Lau. We may be able to bring him to you on the feature next. But either way, thanks for joining us. We'll be back. There's only 2 minutes left in the round. So we'll be back shortly with round 8 with more action from day 1 of Aussie Nationals.
See you soon, guys.
Alright team, welcome back to round 8. We have battle-hardened Taiwan recent champion Spencer Horton, Melbourne local, versus... I'll just have to look up who he's playing. Okay, and we've got Gravy versus Puffin in this match. I don't think we've seen that match yet, have we?
No. It was Puffin and Marilyn we had.
Alright. So Ryan Taylor is playing Spencer today.
And Spencer's off his Marilyn, the one deck that he used to get to win the Battle Harden. He's on Puffin today, but we have seen the burst damage that Puffin can deliver.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a Puffin win yet, though, have we?
No, not as of yet, but hopefully Spencer's here to change that. As we know, if Gravy gets to that late game, it's very Gravy favourable, but Puffin can push that early game damage very quickly.
Yeah, perfect. And Spencer's on the Wonder Blast, yes?
That's Spitfire. No, it is one of us. Again, like we were saying before, the Spitfire can provide really good value, but does make it hard to attack if you don't have that good cog generation. But Spencer here is just arsenaling and passing, it seems like.
Okay, just setting up. Yeah, sometimes Puffin can be a bit lackluster if it doesn't have that first gold.
Yeah.
Okay, and the card we haven't seen yet today, the generic coming in. This one, not really threatening much, just 4 straight damage here because there's no gold to be traded in or out.
See, no damage has been taken as of yet, but Gravy has just attacked and passed.
Yeah, a bit of a strange start here, not looking particularly strong for either team. But that was a Money or Your Life coming in for 4 and blocked out. Spencer pitching the Battalion Mutiny there, coming in with a Turbine. Always nice to start off with.
Turbine is one of those cards that just feels good in limited.
Well, here we are, Nimblism. The Braces. Oh my goodness.
For a Sky Skimmer. So that's 4, 3, 3, 2.
Yeah, I think that's 10, isn't it? Oh,
That's coming
it must
in for
be over
10.
10. That would be 12. It's hard to do this math when you're looking at the same cards all day, but yeah, I think that's a skimmer for 12.
And threatening the cog to go up to 13 or potentially go again, but I don't think Spencer has any more cards left in his hand.
This is a really difficult block here for Ryan because if he goes exact, Spencer easily goes 1 over. But if he goes under, then Spencer gets that go again and then he gets to make a gold and get the draw and it's all on. So he's got to block out here and then he still gets hit. It's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, full equipment, 3 cards from hand.
That's 12. And he's going to tap the cog, get that 1 point in. Beautiful.
Take that gold, take the lead. Leaving Gravy with only 2 cards, but as Gravy has proven, that's not. He's still in a very favourable position at the moment.
So both players investing heavily into that turn.
Absolutely.
It's all worth it for the Puffin player though, because without that gold, you can be very, very limited. The way to beat Puffin is you just hold them off that gold for as long as you can, and they can't do too much.
And Puffin has proven, again, just the amount of burst damage they can do, just out of nowhere. Representing 12 very efficiently, and potentially representing more now, and with a gold for his next turn.
Alright, so Gravy just cycling cards here and putting an ally into play.
Where has Spencer's gold gone?
I'm not sure. Oh, I think he started with a mutiny. Yeah, so he mutinied. He mutinied, I think, before we saw.
Oh, okay.
Got the gold,
Stole the
sacked
gold.
the gold off Gravy, and then was able to get his ally out.
Puts Spencer in a pretty rough position here. Got some nice cards in hand. Just figuring out what to do with them.
Yeah, I mean, a little boring to not attack with the ally, but effective enough just to take that gold away.
Absolutely.
Is that another turbine there?
I think it is. Spencer is eating as well on stream. His burrito makes an appearance.
I'm wondering, what sauces Spencer got. I think he's a fan of the Holy Trinity, as they say, the chili, garlic mayo.
Absolutely. With some of the plays he brings, he does bring a lot of spice to the table.
Yeah. He loves a good kebab. I think every time I see Spencer, he's telling me about the best kebab shop.
Spencer is one of those people that will love to talk to you about anything and everything. Very kind-hearted man and very good at the game.
Yeah. Also a content creator. I recommend that you check out the Boosting Spin Dog YouTube channel.
Absolutely the best content for Fab, and he's there. He's at every event with coverage. He does a great job.
Yeah, sometimes that channel can be a little unhinged, but I think that's part of its charm.
That's the beauty of the Boosting Spin Dog.
Alright, so pretty even at the moment. Rigor mortis coming in, but players trading a bit of life here. Most importantly, Ryan was able to get some gold out of that. So he's sitting there on 3 gold, and Spencer's wondering where the gold went.
Sitting on another turbine in hand, looking to have another big swing. I think there's 2 turbines in hand.
Could be. But what do those turbines mean if you can't get a gold?
Well, if he plays both turbines, he does get to draw a card because he'll crank twice. But I don't think dropping 4 resources into 2 turbines is that effective.
He can't afford it.
Taking his time to think about what he can do here.
Okay, that's one of those boats. I think that's the go again boat. Let's see here.
Yeah, banish a card from... Looks like it's banishing or flipping a card down.
Yeah, that's the go again boat coming in. And now a turbine. Okay, using the rust belt.
Tapping a cog, destroyers gain a resource, which he's doing. And he's buffing his weapon again with, I think, crank the wrench, is it?
Yeah, hard to tell that one. Let's see. It's on 8, so it could be the other one there. Yeah, I think that's draw back the hammer.
Draw back the hammer, yeah.
So yellow turbine for 2, draw back the hammer for 4, and then 2 off the gun for a total of 8. Okay, and Ryan's breaking the top card. So he knew that was an ally, and he's taking the draw via a compass check. And it looks like he's got 2 allies in hand here.
Does make that block a little less good here, but As we've seen multiple times today, Gravy's just one of those decks that can just outlive.
Yeah, and while it is 8, Ryan's only taken 1 point of damage so far in this match. So Spencer's starting to level things out here. 15 apiece. Or 15 love, and they say, as they say in the Queen's game.
Spencer looking to draw a card off the gold and make a gold to a cog to draw a card for an arsenal.
Okay, and just a correction to the life totals there. But that draw going through.
It looks like one of the Tinker bots there.
Yep, and the bot's coming in straight away.
Going in for 2.
Just 2 points, so that was a blue bot, was it?
Yeah. Just pushing through that damage. Again, as we know, we didn't. We had 2 allies in hand for the Gravy player, so blocking that, putting 3 in front of that is not that great for the Gravy player. We're getting another, I think that's Jittery Bones? There's too many bones in the Necromancer decks. But Gravy is in a really good position here. He has 4 allies in bin, 1 being a Shelly. I think he's got a Chowder and potentially a Scuba as well, if I saw correctly.
Okay, so this is actually quite good. This is a blue Restless Bones. So it's coming along for 4 go again. And when that goes in the bin, he's going to get one of those allies into play.
Oh, excellent.
So this is quite nice here. I don't... He's only got 1 pitch here, so Ryan won't have much of a choice which ally he can get. But at this stage of the game, anything is welcome. You don't want to see 4 allies in your grave.
And not do anything with them. Spencer looking to block 2 here with the same boat from before.
Alright, and who's this?
I think that's Scuba.
It is.
Scuba's going to refill his deck to his graveyard to his deck to help him last that a little bit longer.
Yeah, and unfortunately not able to get an attack with the Scuba. But that's okay. Sometimes it's important to just get the presence. Every card he has on the field takes 1 card away from him.
Absolutely.
Alright, and that's a Jack coming in for Spencer, and he's going to get that Nimblism out of his grave.
Gravy immediately blocks 2 here. Going into a... I can't tell what that card is.
That's Strike Gold.
Strike Gold. Oh yes, I see it now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Strike Gold today. It's a card that I've always found quite hard to pull off, but it seems to have been very popular in today's draft.
It's doing very well. It's pulling numbers, and it looks like Spencer's drawn another Nimblism for another explosive turn here. Looks like we've got another Bones on the field.
This, I believe, is Burly Bones, the red one. So that
6.
could be, yeah, just a 6. No overpower.
Looks like Spencer's opting to take it here, hoping to swing back another explosive turn here.
Okay, Ryan getting to the lower part of his deck. Okay, Charter Course to start it off.
Spencer is, I think, in that zone now where he's just going to start sending cards.
Nimblism, and we see the legs break here.
Into a Tinkerbot for, I think, a Tinkerbot red.
So quick clicks, not a card we see often, but quite amazing when you've got all those Nimblisms in your deck, because that's a free go again.
He's going to block 3, take 5, it looks like.
Okay, and Trade-In comes through with Trade-In in hand. This was Trade-In from Arsenal, so it gets the go again. And another Trade-In. So the spins are really pushing the tempo here.
Grave going to 1. Looking to have a pretty explosive turn on the crackback here. 3 gold, 3 cards in hand, 3 allies.
Life for a Life to start it off. Life for a Life, just such a key card when you're in these corner situations. You're just able to claw back, just get out of the corner.
4 is the number of the day. I feel these 4 swings on these low life totals are getting very scary. But looks like he's just going to take it.
Yep, Spencer, and all of a sudden the life totals look pretty even. We started at 7-1, now it's 3-2. Just after one card.
And I think that's another life for life as well.
It is. I see why you go to 1 when you've got 2 of those in your hand. So are we going to see the Gravy activation here as well? Ryan does know what's on top of his deck, but if it's not an ally, he might not need that. Okay, so cleaning up the turn. And that was a crazy turn. Life totals just absolutely shattered.
The tables have turned towards Gravy again, and like we said, Gravy has been really performing today with these. Looks like they're going to lose, but they come back and they take the win.
All right, but Spencer not playing. He's got the Turbine start. I believe he's got the Chart and a Skiff in hand, so this could be just like that first turn we saw, going straight into damage.
Representing a lot, but he has also got 2 cogs here, so he can go a bit wide with the weapon as well.
All right, there's the Chart. Now entering the tank for a little minute. He's got to decide here whether he wants to use the chess piece or whether he's going to keep it around.
Because this could be a chess piece into weapon into Skyskiff, or Skyskiff into weapon, potentially. And it's looking to be Skyskiff into weapon. Or potentially Skyskiff into crack gold to draw a card and weapon from there.
This is already so much damage.
Representing, is it 8 damage?
Yeah, what have we got? 4, 7, I think it should be 10.
10. Oh. And Gravy had to get an ally out of his hand because he just knew if he wasn't going to live, he couldn't block it effectively.
Yeah, this is really effective here from Spencer because he's just pushing these numbers through. And a block of 2 here, leaking 2 damage becomes lethal once you use the effect. So Spencer giving it a go again.
And going in for that weapon.
And yeah, like we saw, using the weapon. Okay, and Spencer really chewing through the cards here.
Taking all of Gravy's cards as well, so it's just going to be a pass back.
Yeah, brilliant work keeping tempo here.
And Gravy is on his last hand. He has one hand to do something. Otherwise, I think Puffin's in a really good position here.
Yeah, I think we can lock this one in. I see a turbine in Spencer's hand. He's got the Ravenous on top.
So that's Ravenous for 3, it looks like.
No, he's showing off a blue, so... That's only 2 go again. But that's still a card. It didn't actually matter too much. I mean, if it was 4, that would have got 2 cards, but... yeah.
Spencer is demanding respect from the Gravy's hand here. Potentially looking into a draw of Puffin's effect with the turbine and the gold he has. Yep. Drawing into that sky skiff that he knew was on top with 1 resource floating. Perfectly mathed out, it seems like.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got the finisher you want to see in hand. The most beautiful card in a Puffin deck.
He's sending weapon here.
Weapon first.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's another card.
Goes
we're
to
going
1.
to see the Zeppelin to finish it.
Absolutely. I think so here.
Boom. GG.
GG.
That Zeppelin, it gets the handshakes.
That 1 damage leak there with the cog left open. Perfectly placed. Spencer taking another win.
So a lot of support in the chat for Ryan, but unfortunately, Spencer was just too strong. He had some crazy turns. I don't know how many turbines he had. Maybe 5, maybe 6.
He had a turbine nearly every turn. It felt like, but this is the first Gravy to lose on today's stream. So unfortunately, take a victory. Thank you, Spencer.
Yeah. He's enjoying that kebab now. He's had to wait the match to eat it, but it looks like a nice reward for the game at hand. Well, I can't believe it, but we are almost up to the last round today. It's gone quick.
It has gone definitely quick, and the games have been amazing. We've had so many heavy hitters today on stream, showing off their skills. A lot of new heroes being represented. It's been a fantastic day so far.
Let's just talk about the metagame for a second, because we're going to be back into Constructed before we know it. Gravy Bones at the top here. And an absolute turn on Florian. And it looks like it's out with the old and in with the new.
Absolutely. Gravy, again, proving it's just one of those decks that just can do whatever it needs to do whenever it needs to do. It draws, it provides, it got attacks, it doesn't even have a weapon, and it's still being one of the favourable classes here.
But where is the love for the rest of the High Seas heroes? Because I'm not seeing any representation for Marlin, and I'm seeing 2 Puffin.
I think we're going into that. I think a lot of the Marlin are still trying to figure out what's the effective way of using her cards, the harpoons, the kingfish cards, the go fish cards there. So not as represented as Azalea, and there might be even just some love for Azalea before she goes, potentially just to push that little bit of extra damage there. Unfortunately, Marilyn doesn't get access to the best card, Red Ledger. So maybe it's just some last-minute love before she LLs.
Yeah, I hear you. But if you look at the last 3 sets, we've got 21 heroes from High Seas, or 21 players playing heroes from High Seas. We've got 18 people playing heroes from Rosetta. I don't know, Aurora doesn't seem to be here, but maybe that's because she's a legend. But then if you look at the Hunted, 17 Syndra, 12 Slippy, 7 Marionette, and who else?
2 Fangs.
2 Fang. That is huge love for the Hunted. That's 36, 38, nearly a quarter of the meta here, over a quarter.
Hunted is a very loved set. Syndra is proving to be one of those decks that nearly is just very consistent, drawing cards, dealing a lot of damage over a wide turn, showing its numbers there. Same with Slippy and Mario. Slippy has in all honesty, has had a huge spike in popularity. I'm not too sure what the difference is between them and Mario, because Mario was very popular over the last few events, but
Go again.
Go Again is pretty good.
Free Go Again. Who can say no?
Absolutely, but Slippy is proving to be one of the decks we've got to keep an eye out for.
The great thing is that when you're playing in a meta with 12 Slippy, if you're there as Marionette, you get a free Go Again too.
Yeah.
Slippy gives it away. Everyone gets Go Again.
She's a very giving hero. But even Marionette is one of those heroes that just has that ability to just change on a dime for a different, with the hero changing ability, proving that it's very versatile and very hard to sort of predict.
Absolutely.
And even Fang as well. Even though underrepresented, the Fang community here is strong. I know a lot of Fang players here. They're just fanging it, as they say. But again, another one of those warrior heroes that is just proving to consistently grind out games effectively, and also very dangerous in that low life zone where you block the first dagger or the second dagger, just proving a lot of numbers here.
Yeah, and Fang a great response to a lot of these decks where they're very attack heavy, and Fang has access to so many of those cards that really punish players for blocking with those attacks.
Absolutely.
Interestingly, that not a lot of them see play though, but when you're seeing this many Syndra, this many Slippies, you can guarantee that your opponent's coming out with attacks every hand.
Absolutely. Syndra especially proving, even now running Snatch, just to get that extra draw off the gravies.
For sure. And Prism's up here as well, 15 Prism. I feel like Prism just came out of nowhere. It wasn't really seeing much love, but all of a sudden we have a lot of Prisms.
It wanted to be the ally deck. Unfortunately, it's jealous of Gravy's potential. There, wanted to only show off its angels, but we'll see. We'll hopefully see some results with Prism here. Prism is showing to be quite a dominant force into Gravy, but Gravy still has that opportunity to get around it.
Yeah, looking through the standings, I'm not seeing a lot of Prism players. So I don't know if it's rude of me to say, but maybe Prism players don't know how to draft. Maybe they just, they get so much good constructed cards that they've forgotten how to draft.
But they had to commit to one part. It was either draft or play, and I think Prism players on the play.
Yeah, I mean, it must be hard when you've got such excellent marvels. Why would you spend your time looking at the chat comments and everything when you could be looking at your marvels? So, yeah, maybe Prism players don't play limited, because I'm not seeing them up on the top tables here. But all right, regardless, we are almost at the end of round 8. We've got about 5 minutes until the end, and going to go for a short break, and then we'll see you for the last round of the day.
Easy. See you soon.
Cheerio.
Now the hero predictions. Puffin. I think he's on Puffin.
All right, welcome back, players. So I have made some predictions that the players are on the heroes. Looks like I've already got one wrong because Sean is not on Puffin, but is on Gravy. So I will change that.
Now is Quan on Puffin?
Nah, Quan always plays Gravy. He forces it just relentlessly. So watch as he puts the Gravy down.
But again, some excellent players again.
Yeah, 2 Melbourne locals here. Regular top finishers in all the events. I think Quan has finished at Nationals in the top 4 multiple times. And Sean has won multiple events as well, locally. And yeah, there it is, Gravy for Quan. We knew it was happening.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, is Sean on Victor for the CCA part of this?
Yeah, Sean came on the Golden Guardian. So he is one of few victors. What is that, 2?
I think it was 4.
4?
I think Victor had a decent representation today as a
Okay.
Victor main myself.
Okay. So 4 victors. So Sean's up the top. I think Ty's been knocked out. Tom's been knocked out, and Lewis has been knocked
That was
out.
a Victor mirror.
So yeah, Victor Mirror in the beginning. So I think Sean is going to be the one and only victor left going tomorrow. Yeah, it looks right. Oh no, there's one. Lewis is still in it. So there might just be 2 victors registering tomorrow.
Beautiful. We need more Victor representation. Visiting Dad and getting gold is pretty good.
Yeah, it can be, it can be. Okay, so Quan starting the game off with just a cheeky arsenal and a pass. Not a great equipment suite here for Quan. He's got the 1 battle worn. But Sean has that defensive arm piece for 2.
Seems to be a very popular turn, Arsenal pass in this limited format. Not activating that treasure island for the next opponent is pretty good.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Okay, and what have we got here? Is this the generic, the one that, the strange one with go again?
I think it is.
Yeah, we've not seen this much today. But if I'm right, it is blow for a blow.
I think, yeah, blow for a blow.
So, interesting way to start the game because that means that every other card in Sean's hand did less damage or wasn't an attack. Not sure how I feel about that.
Looks like he's going to IP himself 1 and only draw 3 up. But has an arsenal, so he still has a good grip of cards.
Okay, regardless, Sean was able to get 3 points through and a gold, and that gold is just crucial when you have the Gravy Mirror.
Absolutely.
Okay, it looks like a salty swell from Quan.
And he's got the 5 pitch. He's got a lot of resources to play with. It looks like he's got a boat in hand. One of the yellow boats here.
Okay, Sean choosing to take 1 off this and let Quan have a gold. And yeah, as you say, 5 pitch. So that gold instantly eaten up with the spare pitch.
Absolutely. When you have that much resources, you got to use it to your best of ability.
Alright, and as you saw, the boat.
I think this is the go again boat as well. If you have less, if your opponent has more gold than you, you get to go again.
I think the this is the other one. I think this is Longboat. Yeah, it looks like
No, yeah,
Quan's
absolutely
coming in for
is.
5 here, so
Still a solid attack here.
both players playing slightly under on their hands here, so I'm curious why Quan's doing that on 3 pitch. 2 cards in hand. They must be seeing something I don't, conserving their hands for a better moment.
Again, Quan is one of those players that just knows the ins and outs of little interactions
Yeah.
that can float through. But again, this just might be a 5 go again. No, 5 attack. Just to sort of threaten, put some pressure on there. Set up for an Arsenal, potentially make something here, but well, blocks 3 here.
Yeah, and both of these players are 7-1, so they definitely know what they're doing. Alright, so a little bit of damage leaking through still.
I'm only going to draw 3 cards here with an Arsenal.
Maybe this is the secret to the format, that you just slow the game down a little bit. Instead of getting through those 4 cards every turn, you just get the 5 damage out, because 5 damage off 1 card, that sounds good if it's winning you the card economy.
It's demanding 2 cards at minimum to block it out, or you're going to leak 3 damage in this format especially. And what the players can do. Obviously, we've seen a lot of gravies go to fatigue very quickly. So maybe these guys are on a slower plan, maybe grind it out with a bit more allies and attacks here, like just a bit more safer attacks there, with a bit more safer block here.
Okay, so Scar for a Scar, quickly getting shut down by 4 points of block. Alright, Sean cracking the chess piece. And he's going to continue the assault. Okay, leg piece too. It's all coming through. Okay, and that's rigor mortis.
A very strong ally to have out early game for against the Gravy. And representing 6, he's already taken 1 card from Quan.
Yeah, and Quan's probably going to be forced to take the damage here, because unless he's got a 0 attack, he can't afford to ditch those cards and then not kill the ally later.
Is that Cuddy Shark? I think it might be Cuddy Shark actually.
Yeah, now that we look a bit closer, I think it was Cuddy Shark.
I think that was Cuddy Shark, yeah. Still a very valuable ally not to keep around. And Quan's removed it immediately, which is correctly done, as that card can just start swinging quite effectively for 3 every turn.
For sure. And Quan coming back with one of his own allies. And maybe we can read it right this time. That's a Cuddy Shark.
I think that's also a Cuddy Shark. Has been removed again.
Okay, so both players pretty similar lines at the moment, just trading damage, clearing the board.
It's a very safe game. Very, the sending 1 or 2 attacks, maybe set an ally I think is going to be the game plan for both these players until they either fatigue or someone passes. Because the card economy for Gravy is to get cards in a graveyard, play your allies, and try and use your allies as weapons or attacks.
For sure, it's a walk the plank coming down, and that is a beautiful card to see. But when there's gold on the field, not as potent, but it does force Sean into the position that he's either got a block here, use his ally, or decide not to use it at all.
And tap down, it's going to tap down his hero as well, stopping him from drawing that extra card for the turn. But leaks some damage over and taps the Gravy down. Arsenal, and draws only 3 cards again.
Yeah, this really is becoming a theme for the players, just keeping cards back, really playing the game out quite slowly. Okay, Rebel coming from Arsenal. Looks like it's for a full 4 points.
That's what we want to see for Rabble. Representing a 0-4 goal again. He's really good in this sort of, especially in this matchup, to demand one card and then hopefully play a bigger card coming out, demanding 1 or 2 more cards, with leaking some damage.
Yeah, and I think great to see more of these cards coming out. I really like cards like Murderous Rabble and some of the things I've printed this set, like Saltwater Swell. Then just adds a new dynamic that hasn't been in the game for a while.
Absolutely.
I think we've seen as well some cards in the new set, Super Slam, that talk about the top of the deck as well. So
Absolutely.
those cards with ops, they might start coming back, Fateful Scenes and Eyes and all those.
The new Super Slam set is looking pretty good so far. Heavy hitters too, people calling it. And it looks like a lot of fun with the new heroes and some of the new abilities. Definitely looking forward to Lyath. He's, as I am a Goldmane fandom here, but having 5 intellect but half your attacks, I'm keen to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, and one wonders whether he's still got access to the Goldmane estate and the private spa treatments that entails, or
We're hoping so here. Hopefully, maybe we visit Mum instead.
it could be a bit of mother's boy.
But representing 10 here, with a Rigor Mortis plus. I'm not sure what the +4 is from.
Yeah, I missed what pumped that. There wasn't any equipment.
But is demanding a card from Quan here, because if he doesn't, he is not moving on to the next round. Quan deep in the think tank at the moment, seeing what cards are going to provide him value and block with.
So Quan's still in the tank here, just working out what's going to get him the best economy.
Absolutely. Again, Quan is one of those players that does think ahead, look into the crystal ball a little bit here, just to set up his plays as effective as he can.
Yeah, both players checking what's out there, the level of threats, the density of the decks.
Getting to that very, very low life, scary position here for Gravy. But once again, we've seen Gravy come back from these positions.
Yeah, for sure. This is still a beautiful number here because it just demands cards. You can't let this go, and Gravy relies so much on having enough cards to service its plans. You can't put out your allies with 1 card in hand.
And if even here as well, if Quan has an ally in hand, it does make his blocks a lot worse as well.
Yeah, not to mention his next turn, because without a weapon, an ally in hand just becomes salt. You can't do anything with it.
No. But the Gravy Mirror is proving to be a bit of a slower game, as we've seen with some of the other Gravy decks here. Rigor Mortis proving to be one of the better cards, one of the better minions in this set. For Gravy as well.
Yeah, it's just so ruthlessly efficient, $1 to play, $1 to send, and smoking 6. Yeah, it still takes a card. That's the reality with these allies, is they all take 1 card to kill, but when it outputs 6, it's a huge swing.
Absolutely. And when you buff the allies, it makes them even worse as well.
Yeah, very rare that you can do that, but Sean was able to pull it off here, and it's put Quan in a very, very tough place. So he's having to think this one through in depth.
Absolutely. I am glad that we don't see these numbers often. We don't see 64 damage in this game often enough, but it is terrifying at the first look at it. But we all know that if you do 64 damage in the game, you're definitely winning.
Yes.
Definitely of that winning
It's
bit.
pretty rare to lose on that number.
Absolutely. But Quan giving him 2, taking 4.
Okay, and Quan using the headpiece to ditch his top card. I don't think that was an ally, so I'm not sure if he knew that would be the outcome, or if he was just looking to get the blue and the grey for.
Guess with Shelley, swap trades the Shelley and Rigor Mortis there. And Shelley's going to provide some defensive value here for him to sort of keep him alive a little bit longer as well.
Yeah, Shelley not a card we see much. It's just so expensive, but
Ooh, yeah.
when it's out, you have to deal with it.
And these gravy decks are getting very low very quick. Another Rabble coming in for the full 3, I think. 3 or 4. Looking
I
to
think he
get
might have
through.
popped a blue. Yeah, just 2.
2, yeah.
Oh, okay. Captain in.
My captain, my captain. And these cards are coming in for 7. Now putting Quan in a very tough position here. He's going to demand some cards again. Oh, I think that's that might be a Rally the Coast
Rally the
cards.
Coast card, yeah. Sean just at the buffet right now, eating cards all day long, really putting Quan under pressure.
Absolutely. Quan has a Shelley again. Has pitched a Shelley to the Shelley to prevent more damage here, but is that going to provide him with enough comeback this turn to even potentially take tempo?
It's not enough pressure. It's not untapping.
One resource, crack the gold here.
If he can send back a 7 attack, okay, he's got the tipple.
Takes the damage here. Looking to have a hand to keep. Sean does. Strike it rich. Into the grave. 2 cards here. Can Quan turn this game around? Plays the Rigor Mortis.
Okay, that's really what you want to be able to do here, because the Rigor Mortis, it's just so much damage.
It's going to demand cards here. Pitching a yellow here to attack with it. To attack and play.
So a very difficult choice for Sean here, but
It's going to take it.
yeah, he's taking the damage here.
A very scary hand here for Quan. Has no armor, has 3 cards, has the full grip of cards, and so does Sean here. He's got a full grip.
All right, starting with a double cycle.
That limpet in the bin is pretty good.
Okay, life for a life. We've seen this card be so effective at this part of the game, and
It has put in numbers today in these games. Again, like you said, proving just to threaten 4 damage, gain 1 life, just to stabilize.
Quan able to use Shelley very effectively there, just to get that maximum block. 4 block off 1 card.
Got our favourite card, Sloop, coming in.
Sloop.
Yes.
Another go again.
I think it is a blue one as well, so it is 4. Going to demand 2 cards again.
Getting 2 cards here is great. And Sean's able to use maximum efficiency here. Get Limpet out. Kill off the rigor mortis. Oh, and here's another ally, Chowder, to gain the 1. All of a sudden, this game has swung and swung and swung again.
I'm surprised he decided to re-stabilize over attack to maybe demand 1 more card out of demand the last card out of Quan's hand here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sean knows that with 1 card, he just can't do anything. Maybe he has a 3 for 7 and he's got a blue card, but it's so conditional. And Sean knows that. Sean has played this game so much that he knows 1 card isn't going anywhere.
Quan is in a very difficult position here with 2 allies on board, 1 having go again as well. So he's going to be able to swing a deck, getting rid of the Limpet here, which I think is the correct play, because just having that go again inbuilt on an ally is so strong.
Yeah, multiple attacks is just... When you're at 5 life, it starts to be the Kadachi effect, right? You are just eating 1 card, and that's good eating.
Yeah, Limpet will be eating up this game. Would have eaten up this game if she stayed around, but Quan saw the threat and had to remove it. Now Chowder is going to prolong this game for Sean here.
Yeah, Sean in full control of the tempo, and he's going down a very conservative path.
Absolutely, playing very safe.
Pushing the board presence, evening out the hand sizes, and getting that life total back where he wants it to be.
Absolutely, making it very hard for Quan to swing in. Potentially looking for a hand to be able to do something as well. Gaining 2 life and removing a board is pretty good still.
Now, I'm just looking at the shadows of those decks. I don't think Quan's got much left. He's got maybe 1, 2 cards.
Actually, one more
Sean's
hand
got
here.
A pile. Okay, Quan playing a Mutiny just to get the blue effect. The Mutiny resolving for nothing. Shelley eating out the Chowder.
Taking a ally for an ally. Quan's deck looks thinner and thinner every time.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was able to draw the full hand there. Okay, and Sean's sitting Swindlers straight into the ally and just resetting that board. I think Sean's seen the future here. He knows the card economy is on his side. And it looks to me like Quan just flipped up a Gold Hunter. The card that's 7 attack, maybe $2, maybe $4. I don't think he's going to get to play that for cheap anymore.
No, with Sean not having any gold, he's going to have to pay the full cost of it here for 4, sorry. But a 4 for 7 still a threatening card.
You can't do that though. Look at how many cards are left. They just can't. I guess maybe he can draw into it, but it's tough.
Absolutely here, discarding a... Oh, I don't know actually what ally that is. Is that a Barnacle, I think?
I think it's a Chowder, maybe.
I think the allies are harder to see when they're upside down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We got Jittery Bones coming in just to keep the tempo. And then the allies coming out.
Into a life for life, is that?
No, that's the Burley.
Oh, Burley Bones, yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Chowder that came out for Quan.
Chowder providing so much value these games.
Yeah, definitely Chowder. Just gaining that 1 life. So, again, you can see these guys are trading for that last point of life.
And both decks are looking very thin now. It looks like Sean only has 3 cards left, and potentially Quan only has 2-3 cards left as well.
Yeah, this is going to come down to who can keep that tempo. And I think here I favour Sean. He's on the play right now, so if he can get one big attack off. But we've seen both decks struggle to do much on some turns. They okay, players just checking the life total here. I think maybe Quan activated Chowder and it got missed. Yeah, it looks like it.
No, this is a very close game again. A lot of these gravy games have come down to the nitty-gritty.
Okay, there's the Gold Hunter. And this is Gold Hunter for 10. Sean checking the cards that Quan has left now because he knows whatever he blocks, whatever he leaves, it's coming back.
Definitely, I think we're going into that very fatigued game now. It looks like Sean only has 3 cards and Quan has 2. But Quan does have 3 gold. I don't think that does anything for him. It looks like it takes 1.
Okay, so Quan down to his final cards in the deck now. Only one of them in attack, I believe. Okay, no, he's got 2 attacks in there. So, what is this card? Is this Pilfer? Pilfer Blue?
I think it is Pilfer. I can't see what colour. Take 1, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, Pilfer
yellow.
Blue, so taking 2.
Yep.
Going down to the last HP. And Quan using the Pilfer power just to get that extra gold. I think Quan had 1 attack left if I read things. Oh. Whoa. That is a boat.
Is that the overpower one?
Yeah, I don't think this is lethal, but this is the place where card advantage really tells the story. Looks to me like it's Barracuda. Oh no, it's not Barracuda. It's got yellow on the wings. Kraken. So this is 7 overpower. Okay.
7 overpower. Oh, that is going to demand a lot.
Destroying an item, kind of who cares at this point?
Absolutely.
4 gold means not much.
It looks like he's got a Jury Bones potentially and an Embolism in hand as well to potentially close out the game for the next swing.
Yeah. I think, this is interesting here because Quan has 1 attack left in his hand, if I remember right. I'm pretty sure it was a 4 attack, the 0 for 4. So, this game could be stalemate. Sean does have the hat. Is that the hat that puts a card back?
I'm hoping so.
That would be a fantastic, strategic way to finish this game. Discard a card. Destroy this. Put a blue card from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck. Go again. So Sean's got an opportunity to recycle a card here. I don't know if that's going to do enough though. That could just be the difference between stalemate and stalemate by a lot.
Does this boat doesn't have go again, does it?
No go again.
Looks like they're getting a judge check just to make sure of what the potential is here. Because it might be going to a stalemate.
Yeah, I imagine right now Quan's asking, so what happens? Do we play again or do we get a draw? Because a draw isn't good for anybody. But sometimes...
Especially at these kind of levels of events here, every win matters.
Yeah,
Definitely they'll be checking if they can proceed on to day 2.
Absolutely. Every single card matters. And both of these players will want to take the win away here and come out, I think, following along Sam Sutherland. I believe Sam's still in the number 1 spot.
Sam is the man to beat today and potentially tomorrow as well.
The following players, please enter their results on Gem. Table 7, Nick and Spencer. Again, in Table 7, Nick and Spencer, please report your result
Spencer proving difficult to the judges once again.
Okay, so coming into this match, Sean was in 2nd place and Quan was in 8th place. So Sean is in pole position here. He's really going to want to take home this win.
Absolutely.
This could mean 1st place for him. I don't know what happened to Sam. I did see Sam jumping just before. I don't know if that's a jump of joy or a jump of regret and misery.
I think we'll find that out tomorrow if he turns up.
Oh, he's turning up. He will turn up.
He definitely will be putting in results here tomorrow. Oh, we are back now.
Quan flipping the hand. I think that's to illustrate that he can block and the game will be stalemate. So how does this play out here? Quan can block with 1 card and survive, and then he can send back another card as an attack, and Sean can block that, and then it's a stalemate.
Yeah, this is going to be...
So I believe that the only way that this game ends now is if Quan chooses not to block. Otherwise, it must end in a draw.
Very nail-biting decisions here to sort of see who the victor or what the play is going to be. I think we've gotten a few judges involved as well, just to make sure everything is going correct.
Okay, well the players have clearly wrapped up the match. I am uncertain what the result is here. So give us a minute to find out what's happened here. I would say from the body language of the players that it's a draw.
I'll go quickly check. So the verdict is it has ended in a draw.
Okay, so both players they're recognising they were out of options. Nothing could be done.
No, unfortunately, out of time, unfortunately here, and had to end into a draw for both players. So both players seem to walk away proud with what they've done, but slightly annoyed.
A frustrating result for the last round of the day.
Absolutely.
And that might be the only draw of the day. But that's what happens. I mean, it's booster draft. You either draft the right cards or play the wrong cards. And in this case, I think they might have done both.
Both played very well, but unfortunately just couldn't get there.
Yep. Well, that's it, folks. That's the end of round 9. We're still seeing a few results come in for the round, but I think we might have a look at the metagame tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
See what's in front of us.
It'll be a good way to start the day, get everyone ready for some Classic Constructed and the top 8. It's going to be a good time, and put your decisions on who's going to win and what deck's going to win in the comments below.
Nice. So join us tomorrow, team. We've got 3 rounds of Classic Constructed and then the top 8. If you want to know where particular people have ended, you can have a look at all the results. I will put the link into the chat and you can see the results of your friends, your enemies, and anyone else you're interested in. Anything else to say today, Matt?
Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your evening, guys, and stay tuned for tomorrow for, I think, some very good close-ended games.
Yes, thanks everyone for joining us. I've been Logan Bolam. We've got Matt Taylor with us. Thanks for listening, and see you tomorrow.
Enjoy.